Buenos días.
Good morning. Please be seated. To begin this second day of the seminar on inclusive, sustainable, and smart cities. During this session, we will address productive topics. What we would like is to discuss how the region could face this transition towards electromobility and see opportunities for production, for example, of electric buses in the region, and resolve the issue not only through imports, but also see the possibility of producing them in the region, integrate the region productively, and how to also join the world chain for the production of electric buses. During this session, we will hear three presentations on, first of all, cases in Brazil, ECLAC assistance in Brazil, followed by another presentation of a case in the region and the case of Bogota and Colombia. Then we will have a break and come back with comments or discussion on the presentation or other initiatives carried out in both Brazil and Colombia in terms of public sector players. And so to begin, I would like to recognize Camila Gramkov, whom is the ad interim director of the ECLAC office in Brazil. Camila, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here at the closing event of the CISI program, and it is a pleasure to see so many friendly faces within the framework of the program. I will speak of how we understand the topic of the major push for mobility in sector in Brazil, and put to you what it is that we're doing, how the process has gone with the main milestones in Brazil, and then our major ally, Franco Bernardes from the Ministry of Industry, Development and Services in Brazil, will also present his view of how the program fits within the framework of policies in Brazil. All of this effort begins with a perspective that we have at ECLAC in Brazil regarding an approach to the big push for sustainability. You could say that same as in the EU, you have the New Deal, in the US you have the New Deal framework, and in the case of Brazil in the region, we are furthering the major push for sustainability. This major push for sustainability, or big push for sustainability, is a conceptual and analytical approach based on three pillars. The first has to do with the diagnosis, based on which we identify the limitations in all three dimensions of development for the countries of Latin America. That is, from the economic viewpoint, we see that the region is in a low growth trap. And we take a look at the last 10 days, the average rates of economic growth in the region are below the last decade of the 80s. And socially, we see that despite relevant progress made in the distribution of income at the start of the 2000s, the region continues to be the region with the highest level of inequality in terms of the income distribution in the planet. And environmentally, we see that the region is specializing each time more on the use of fossil fuels and not achieving a sustained decline in terms of deforestation and other issues. So, based on the diagnosis pillar, we see the need for change to the model or development style. In terms of the future, prospective pillar, we see what does Brazil and Latin America expect for the future with this scenario of non-action, especially regarding the climate. And what we see is that not doing anything aggravates the weakness of economic growth, aggravates distribution issues, and of course aggravates also environmental topics. And in the proposing pillar, what to do, we say what policies or what should we do so that a different future may be expected by the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And here in this pillar, the major approach, the subject of research is investment. Investment is the element for transformation in economic science. There is no transformation without investment. And so here we identify what are these investments and how could we mobilize them. I'm not going to get into this in the detail as to the approach of this big push, just going over it quickly and seeing the various elements that have here to affect our interaction with the governments and in Brazil with the Ministry of Industry. And our approach is based on four main stages. The first has to do with identifying what is the development style that we would like to build without the big push for sustainability. This is an approach to transform development style. And the first unknown that we must answer is where do we wish to go, in what direction? And so we've identified a number of pillars for these new styles of development. The second has to do with how to move towards these new styles of development, and mainly thinking of how to implement the necessary investments for this transformation. And there, the main element of the house is the coordination of policies. Coordination is the key word for this big push for sustainability, and we're talking of coordination in broad terms of the national policies, subnationals in different entities and bodies, regulation, policies, fiscal regulation, and so on. And so, once coordinated, this set of policies, then it will be possible to mobilize investments in mass and in a coordinated manner. And this is a very important aspect with regard to investment, and something that sets it aside from, sets the big push aside from other similar initiatives. And that is that as part of the package of transforming actions, of course, we do take a look at decarbonizing investments and in renewable energies, bioenergy, biomobility, but also we focus on the strategic relevance of investments in productive, technological, and innovative capacities. We understand that there, in that area, lies the big opportunity to translate the decarbonization agenda into a development agenda.
Improvement of economic performance, the creation of employment, and it highly impacts the countries in the region. And as of the mobilization of these mass investments that supplement each other with the desired impacts, the growth of the economy, a new cycle of investment-led growth, the increase of income, the reduction of greenhouse gas effects, of course, recovering capitals, if we take into account the recovery of deforestation, the depletion of the ecosystems, etc. So it is a series of changes in the development model. Following the idea that it's necessary to mobilize transformative changes, ECLAC defined 14 drivers of a sustainable future. We see electromobility there. It's a second book. I'm not going to delve into all of them. There is information available on them all. Regarding electric buses, more specifically in the in terms of the strategic importance of electric buses and electromobility. These are a huge opportunity for sustainable development for Brazil and Latin America. We see that there is an increasing demand of electric buses in Latin America. Last year, we observed an increase of 7 times the fleet with respect to 2017. And up to the end of this decade, we expect to see an increase in demand to 25,000 electric buses and even 55,000 by 2050. So it is a context where we see an increasing demand for electric buses in the region. We also see heterogeneous distribution in the demand. Some countries have more than others. São Paulo, the city with which we worked within the framework of CISI-1, the previous program, we supported the municipality of Santiago in its goal of reaching the end of 2024 with at least 2,600 buses circulating. We have a clear scenario with a significant increase in the demand of electric buses. On the left-hand side, this is a component that we're focusing on right now. What we see is Brazil has historically been a protagonist in the global production of buses, diesel buses. But Brazil has been in the top 5 of the global producers of diesel-run buses. However, it has dropped in its position year to year. It's important to mention that Latin America has been a very important destination for Brazilian bus exports. As we can see here, we can see the graph for production and exports of electric buses from Brazil. As you can see, there was a peak in production and exports around the year 2000, 2011, and then production and exports have dropped. Therefore, there is an installed capacity in the industry, in the productive sector of Brazil, which could be adapted or adjusted to this new scenario with this increasing demand for electric buses. However, what we see is that most of this electric bus demand for electric buses in the region is being provided or sourced from abroad. And this is the opportunity that we would like to recover or promote by means of our activities in Brazil with the CISI-2 program. Looking back in time, with CISI-1, what we did is we did some matchmaking for supply and demand, especially with São Paulo, and the main effort carried out in 2022 was a work agenda, which is a document that summarizes the recommendations for policies for the industry's stakeholders in order to increase the offer of electric buses in Brazil. And I'd like to bring your attention to the second step, which is the document that we produced in 2022. And now we're working with IMEDIC on the national plan for the electric bus chain in Brazil. We're acting directly based on a recommendation of the previous program. In order to offer more information and evidence of what we're proposing, we carried out an analysis, a scenario analysis, where we analyzed business as usual without additional promotional policies for electric buses, a moderate scenario, and the ideal or optimistic scenario, which would be the one closest to the idea of the big push for sustainability. And we see that in the business as usual scenario, we have estimates to 2050, we would have around, well, actually, the figures are not that important. It wasn't important to have a precise estimate of the amount, but we observed the differences between scenarios. And in a business as usual scenario, we would have around 45,000 buses produced in Brazil, electric buses produced in Brazil. And in an ideal scenario or a big push, we would have over 300,000 buses produced in Brazil. So aside from promoting production of these or manufacturing of these buses in Brazil, there's also an increase of nationalization of this industry. And with a big push, the manufacturing of components would be nationalized, parts and components. And we see that in the business as usual component, the creation of jobs would not compensate the loss of jobs in the diesel bus industry. That has to do with the dependence that Brazil has on the import of parts. But it also has to do with the nationalization of components. It is increasingly positive. It more than compensates for the loss of the diesel bus manufacturing. So this is what we wish to convey with the importance of the technological, productive, and innovative areas. These are the investments in these areas are going to guarantee that the decarbonizing investments will translate into a socioeconomic agenda and its development. We're also seeking to form a partnership with IMEDIC. They represent the productive development of electric buses in Brazil, and this program ends in June, and it only ends when we say it ends, as we say in Brazil. So we will have the last activity of the national plan this Friday. I will then tell you how we are organizing ourselves to promote, to support technical subsidies for the plan. The first step was the workshop, and as you can see, in the picture, we have everyone who participated. This was in November 2023. We set the objectives of the plan, the reasons to create this national strategy. We validated information, relevant information on the electric bus market. We also carried out discussions and validated vehicles and key components of the production chain. We analyzed the main axes of the analysis, determined the duration of the strategic plan, and we created the working groups and validated the upcoming steps. Four working groups were created, separated by system, by vehicle systems. So each one took a look at a specific system of the electric bus. So in the first group, we have the components of the powertrain. In the second, the different parts. Group 3 is the rechargeable energy storage system. And then the fourth one are the supplementary components or additional components. And for the methodology, we saw that each vehicle system was identified. Each component of the bus was identified, and we attributed a level of technology readiness level for the next 5, 10, 20 years. So it's important, we had to understand what preparedness each component of the bus had for the next 5, 10, and 20 years. This effort to identify these capacities was carried out jointly, and I will soon talk about this with stakeholders in the international industry. I will soon be talking about the participants. For each of these axes, these elements and working groups, which are the vehicle systems, the discussions and organizations, we organized 3 different recommendations of policies. A first axis was dedicated to the stimulus of the Brazilian production chain, which has to do with the fiscal incentives, exports, financing, etc. The second one is related to research and development. And the third one with technology. These groups virtually met since last year and discussed each part of the bus, the necessary policies in order to nationalize productive development of electric buses. Participants. Who has participated? Over 70 stakeholders have participated in these working groups, in these meetings, and we have the entire chain of producers, distributors, public, federal government organizations, or in academia, and entities of civil society. We will reach next Friday with the second and last in-person workshop where we're going to consolidate, validate, and prioritize the strategic actions of the national proposal for productive chain of electric buses in Brazil. And then this will be provided to our counterpart, which is the Ministry of Development and of Services in Brazil for its implementation. And we decided, looking at this strategic possibility that appeared during the project, we decided to add an additional component, which will take place on June 19th, where we are going to look at the possibilities for productive integration in Latin America for the electric bus production chain. So the idea is to contribute with a possible goal in this new industrial policies of Brazil, a possible goal for productive integration within the electric bus chain within Latin America. We're going to meet. It will be a meeting by invitation only with representatives of different ministries in Latin America that are developing industrialization or green industrialization policies and other possibilities and challenges in the electric bus chain in general.
We hope that both the national event, this is the workshop where we will validate, organize, and prioritize the recommendations and strategic actions for the national plan. And we hope that this regional event can shed some light on how we can work in a more coordinated and integrated way from a regional perspective. And for these actions or activities to set the basis for a continuous strategic partnership with Brazil in the development of green value chains. Here, I am showing more information on the publications done in Brazil regarding electric buses. Thank you very much for your attention. And soon, we will hear the words of the representative from the ministry. Thank you very much for your trust and partnership. It has been a very enriching process. And please feel free to contact us for this initiative. Thank you very much, Camila. The process was quite interesting. It calls my attention to see the technical and methodological basis behind the entire process. So I'm sure that some more questions will come up. Thank you. And also, thank you very much for sticking to time. It was done in exactly 20 minutes. Now I would like to give the floor to Franco Cesar Fernandez. He is the head of the Automotive Technical Requirements Division of the Ministry of Industry, Foreign Trade and Services from Brazil. Please, the floor is yours. Good morning to all of you. Can you hear me? First of all, I would like to thank ICLAC through Camila for giving me the opportunity of being here, providing information on the proposal for a plan. Currently, that has been the primary objective. I'm talking about creating a proposal, but it led us to have an implemented plan. And that is a challenge that I will address later on.
Este viernes 7 de junho, mediante a reunião presencial que assistirão cerca de 70 participantes de los setores do governo, a indústria, associações industriais, sociedade civil, universidades, entre outros. Foi um processo de construção relativamente rápido, cerca de 7 meses, pero se logrou mobilizar esta miríade de atores. Em certos momentos, tínhamos 100 participantes em los talleres, oficinas e grupos de trabalho, para produzir documento que abordará as ações prioritárias para toda a cadeia de autobuses elétricos, incluindo a infraestrutura de recarga. Parênteses acá é que quando tratamos da política automotiva em Brasil, generalmente não tratamos, por exemplo, na indústria de motores a combustão, os aspectos relacionados a combustíveis fósseis não participavam do escopo da política, embora tenhamos relações com elas. E neste caso é distinto. Há de pronto uma necessidade e uma verdadeira integração entre os buses, neste caso, os buses elétricos e os buses elétricos e a energia necessária para lograr o sucesso desta mobilidade sustentável. Então, teremos projeto bem robusto para.
Therefore, we will have quite a robust project with prioritized actions for 5 of 15 years. This was a point that was addressed by Luis, and he mentioned that Sao Paulo needed a long-term plan. With this, we will promote this plan. But the next steps and challenges for this plan proposal, as I said, will include the following challenges. First of all, an integration at a national level of all the federal ministries related to the subject. Just to mention a few, the ministry where I work in, the Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, the Ministry of Cities that articulates solutions, in this case, related to mobility. the Ministry of Mining and Energy, that is in charge of energy and mining, which are vital to achieve the success in this policy. The Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, the Ministry of Integration and National Development, and the Ministry of the Environment. It is quite a challenge to gather different sectors from the government, but that is the easiest thing to do, because we need to do a federal coordination to have an effective implementation of the mobility and transportation policy, because that really happens in the municipalities and the cities. And we must consider the fact that Brazil has 27 states, including the federal district, and 5,570 municipalities, and approximately 100 of them have more than 300,000 inhabitants. And that is the primary focus for electric mobility. The third point is promotion and intra-stakeholder cooperation, especially within the business sector. I'm bringing this up because some of the most critical supplies for the success of an electric mobility policy has to do with batteries, for instance, which puts us in a situation where we have a scale need, and which is also a challenge. Therefore, the promotion of intra-company or intra-business cooperation will probably be one of the main points of this challenge. Another point has to do with, as Camila has mentioned, with productive integration in Latin America. If we consider our market is not enough only in Brazil for an actual development of industrial policy, such as electric mobility. Therefore, I believe that productive integration and cooperation is needed through different technologies and knowledge. And here I want to highlight some challenges that we have in the critical points of the productive chain of electric buses. For instance, as it has been mentioned, batteries. And it's important to give you a broad context regarding the national plan where electrical buses will be part of. And here I'm talking about moving from green sustainability, green mobility, and innovation. Just to quote, those more related to electric mobility. An increase in investments in R&D and innovation in the country to stimulate the production of new technologies and innovation. This according to technology trends in the world. We cannot move away from that challenge. An increase in the productivity of industries that provide logistics mobility. And here we're talking about sustainable logistics mobility. In this case, not only in the area of electromobility, but as Camila has said, the promotion in the use of biofuels and low carbon fuels and alternative ways of powering vehicles, such as electric engines. The valuation of the energy matrix in Brazil, which is one of the cleanest ones in the world, and guarantee of professional technical training for logistics mobility in this transition. Another perspective from this electric mobility plan has to do I would like to talk about the program that addresses the following issues: circular economy, green taxation, which is an idea of establishing bonds for sustainability. And this is for vehicles in the production and industrial productive process for vehicles. The production of sustainable corridors as well. In this case, we're talking about electric chargers. We're talking about bioenergy, biomethane, among others. An automotive innovation hub, carbon footprint for products, a carbon inventory of companies that sell vehicles in Brazil. That is a premise of the policy. And this is starting in 2027, where all companies that produce and sell vehicles, including buses and trucks, should have a carbon inventory and should have a product's carbon footprint. In this case, more specifically for personal use vehicles. But it shows us the need to have this included for carbon footprint for large vehicles, such as buses.
And lastly, I do need to mention another policy, which is part of this context in the electrical buses plan, which is a policy called the new Brazilian industry. It will be implemented by the federal government in the coming decades. This new Brazilian industry was prepared through a broad dialogue with different working groups in the National Council for Industrial Development, and it starts with three different budgets or three different goals. The strengthening of the Brazilian industry, which is key for sustainable development. From the social, economic, and environmental point of view. The second point is that Brazil has started to face an early and accelerated deindustrialization process, which is a phenomenon which is quite similar to the one that all of Latin America and the Caribbean is facing. And from the 70s, our case with the productive structure, but also with the weakening and shortening of the different elements in the value chain. And thirdly, that the exportations of the countries are focused on low technological complexity products, which limits commercial or business profits in Brazil. So in this context, we have this policy of electrical buses inserted, and I believe that it's going to provide us a framework so that this policy can be implemented de facto. Obviously, with challenges and development, especially of some of the most critical points in the value chain for electrical buses. For the whole electromobility chain, including batteries. And lastly, which is really not part of the scope of this presentation, but still, when looking at the whole retrofit topic and after the presentations from yesterday, I believe that we also have a possibility for international, or rather Latin American, integration and cooperation. And as Camila has presented, well, we have an export which is historically of buses for the rest of Latin America. And with these exported buses, we're going to be able to cooperate for the retrofitting of buses from internal combustion engines and to turn them into electrical mobility with the right components all associated to electromobility. So thank you very much. And excuse me for my poor Spanish, because Portuguese would not have been fully understood. Thank you very much. No, thank you, Franco. Thank you for sharing the vision from the public point of view and the challenges in terms of coordination that you are facing, but also for that good effort of speaking Spanish. We understood very well. I would like now to hand it over to Jose Duran, who is the Chief of the Regional Integration Unit in the International Trade and Integration Division from ICLAC, who will present the work that he's doing on regional impacts of electromobility in the production chains. Jose, the floor is yours. Thank you, Nicolo. Let me put this into context, the analysis of electromobility in Latin America. I will present to you the context in which the process of electromobility is taking place, as Camila mentioned. We have, first of all, the fact that world trade of electrical buses has tripled. It has grown exponentially in the last 7 years, and it represents 18% of the total bus trade. And the growth rate of world exports is 60% in the last few years, and it has already exceeded the $3.2 million dollars, and they will be multiplied by 6 until 2027. And it is important to keep this in mind. Camila also mentioned that China is the main bus exporter. 90% of the world sales come from China, and half of the global exports, 10 of the main manufacturers, Yutong, BYD, and all of the ones that you can see on the list here are Chinese companies. It's important to keep this in mind. Also, the electric bus fleet has been increasing. 2023, they have grown to quite an important amount. And in June, the 300 more And the main countries, Camila has already presented them, are Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, and Ecuador, the ones that have the largest stock of electrical buses. But if we consider Chile, 98% of the buses are in Santiago, and in the case of Colombia, 93% in Bogota. In Mexico, more than 80 in Mexico City, and in Brazil, it's a little bit better distributed, but cities like Sao Paulo are important. Quito, more than 80% is in that city. So the electromobility phenomenon is cities, only a few countries, and some cities with 95% of the bus fleet in these five countries. So let me say that, as Camila said, Brazil is in the top five. It's actually ranked number 4 with the information from 2021 as bus producers. But also in the top 20, we have Mexico ranked number 13, Colombia 14, and Argentina 18. And so there are 4 countries in the region that do have production capacity. And I'm trying to refer to all the network of suppliers that these implies, and which is very important in the region, especially because of the connection that can be established with some of the neighboring countries as part of the process. More and more governments in the region are promoting electromobility and trying to achieve CO2 neutrality. There's quite a lot to get to net zero, but the countries still have towards 2035, 2050, many countries out of the new vehicles that they are importing, they're trying for them to be electric. And that is important because out of these countries that we can see here, we're taking 6 to make an impact assessment, which is what I want to present to you now. A first impact assessment on the meaning of electromobility as part of the change in the transportation of passenger buses. And the objective is to have this impact assessment considering 2 economic models. I will not talk about, I will talk about the methodology, the assumptions, and the results. These are 6 countries: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Mexico, and also the case of one city, which is the city of Bogota, because as I have mentioned before, we also want to see the impact in one city at least, especially on the GDP, employment, and intermediate term assessments, especially thinking about regional integration. We will look at the transportation sector, which is where we have this shock taking place. Other key sectors is vehicles and auto parts. Energy is another key sector where we're going to be looking into, which we expect will increase once the electromobility transportation increases. Fuels also, which will receive a shock in terms of consumption and reduction, especially diesel fuel, and machinery and equipment, which is also linked to the bus production. And the model baseline is a regional input-output matrix from the 2017 from the Inter-American Development and the ECLAC. And it's a part of the matrix for the input-output matrix for the city of Bogota, for 7 cities in Colombia also. And this is a powerful tool for the economic analysis because it brings together the economic structure of the regions, but also of the economic sector. So the input-output matrix allows us to have inter and intra-industrial linkages, and it is the raw input or material for the economic impact assessment models. We have all the economic interaction, and this is very important when it comes to carrying out analysis for policies. Just very briefly then, we have a matrix for Colombia, which can be broken down in 8 different regions. That is to say, 7 plus Bogota. Bogota and Cundinamarca are very important for us. It is 30% of the Colombian GDP, and it is very important in other aspects too. Now, it is also important to consider that if we consider the number of buses for transportation purposes, and we look at the proportion of buses in terms of units, generally the number is less than 1% in all of the countries in the region, because there aren't that many buses. In Colombia, we're talking about 100,000 buses, and Brazil, 1.7 million, in Chile, 126,000. So in order to carry out the simulation, we had to give a monetary value to all the bus fleet using the unit value of a bus and taking the historical fleet. We have depreciated it, we regularize it, and we get to this proportion. In the case of Brazil, the monetary stock, it's in Chile, we can see that it's 10. So these are the baseline that we are considering. This is the sector where would increase the number of units of electrical buses. Therefore, the exercise is applying a productivity shock of the fleet in a 15-year period in order to for the fleet to increase in 10%. We have estimated a growth rate differentiated by country. For example, a 12% in Colombia will allow us to double the fleet. In the case of Chile, is 11, Argentina 8, Ecuador and Brazil 6, and Mexico 4%. This is the scenario that I will present. But additionally, I would like to say that this modeling does not include the exchange of cargo vehicles, utility vehicles, and motorcycles, and it does not include investment in cargo infrastructure. We know that for depreciation, it is important to consider the charging infrastructure in order to accelerate the process, but it doesn't include also new investments in production, automotive, or auto parts, like Brazil has presented. And we will be talking about the impact, production, employment changes, imports of intermediary inputs, but also the impact on production like petroleum derivatives, machinery, electrical equipment, electricity and gas, and road transportation. And in the case of Bogota, we know that Bogota is one of the cities with the greatest efforts to achieve decarbonization and the circulation of zero and low emission vehicles. There's zero at the beginning, but we were then in Colombia for the first part of this project. And one of the comments that we received from the municipality of Bogota, especially the mobility secretariat, is that it's all right to evaluate the assessment for a country like, for example, Colombia, but they also wanted for ECLAC to evaluate the public policy for the city. So this is the reason as to why we developed a tool which has been calibrated for the city of Bogota.
So the question was, what was the impact of GDP and employment of increasing electric buses in Bogota, and then see what sectors would be driven by the process. And the aims of the paper was, well, Bogota is peculiar in that it has a document on policies, economic policies, that dictates the guidelines for policy in 2023 and 2040. We were fortunately involved in the process very closely, moderating the possible impact of the plan and how it was conceived. I will leave that for my colleague, Cristian Quinteros. I will not get into the details of that, but merely say that we are going to present an assessment exercise of the impact of that roadmap with a tool developed in Bogota. So this does not consider the increased investment in charging. This was left to the private sector, and neither does it consider the connection with the motor spares industry. You can imagine the increase in the final demand. And so there's an impact for Bogota of 100% of the fleet in 15 years, and you're analyzing the results in terms of production and employment. A model that considers that Denmark and Bogota only, and then they simulate the increase in 2017, 2030, 2040, and analyzes the changes in the production in the city and identifies the sectors and the magnitude to which production increased in those sectors. So, a lot of things, but I will try and be brief. Very quickly, this is a roadmap for the city of Bogota, and it considers an annual investment flow from 2023 through 2040 of $600 million and $1,200 million per year. And then it goes increasing. All in all, $16 billion will be invested throughout the period for 4 targets. The main one, which is the conversion of the bus fleet. And then there are other elements of the policy that I will allow the delegates of the city to explain that, but say that we're going to take these 3 moments over in time. The simulations done of 2 types, in the case of Bogota, first, the increase in the PTF of 26.1% towards 2040, so that the fleet is totally readapted. And here we're simulating the substitution of energy as a result of fossil fuels for electricity. And we're assuming that an electricity bus consumes 1/3 of a conventional bus. Every time a bus goes out, you're replacing 3, equivalent in energy terms, 3 fossil fuel buses. And so the reference values of the accumulated investment in Transmilenio by 2027 are 3,253 million, 2030, 5,897 million, and 2040, 16,885 million. In general terms, when we simulate the increase in the fleet in these 6 countries, we do in fact achieve the increase in land transport, in the case of Colombia, 12%, in the case of Chile, 12, 13%, and the impact of these rises in the total productivity factors varies from 0.2% and 0.7% cumulative from 2023 through 2037 and thereby. Now here you can see the impact, especially on the economy, of the reconversion of the fleet. Very positive in the case of Brazil, 0.3. However, the interesting thing is that when you go to the incumbent sectors in terms of energy, we find that the GDP of the electricity sector expands in all countries from 1 to 4%. 4% in the case of Brazil. And in terms of fossil fuels, it flattens the growth, the demand of fossil fuels on account of the substitution. There is still fossil fuel consumed, but less. And this is an interesting result. And then in terms of employment, the impact is marginal. This is a measurement error. Total employment, Camila already found this, the small difference in employment. But when you see the impact on the incumbent sectors, transport, and energy, yes, there is an increase focused in these sectors, which would be more dynamic in these countries. And then, when we see the results for Bogota, we found that, in fact, the model does increase the productivity in transport, but the impact of that rise, especially on the economy, is of 2.2%. So that for the case of the city of Bogota, imagine the city of Bogota has a GDP of $100 million, close to the GDP of Ecuador. We're talking about 2%. Well, the figure is quite high, and only considering the reconversion of the fleet. And then the energy GDP, there is an increased consumption, but electricity, well, it goes up, and there's an idling of consumption of fuel. But if there is no substitution, then yes, there is a greater increase, but the general outcome is similar to the previous one. So, the entire country, the impact is 0.7, and the city, plus 2%. In terms of employment, less dynamic, especially the GDP in transport and energy. The growth in employment, 2 and 4%, has not been great. And nationally, the impact is very small. And then, when you see the roadmap, and here I think it's the second column, scenario 1, where we say that the increased investment in one of these sectors of the model, and in this particular case, the product has a specificity in that if we desegregate transport in urban passenger transport with internal combustion engines, here the GDP for transport, public transport, electric buses, here we've assumed an initial value, an estimate, and take the cost structure, allowing interaction between that sector and the other sectors of the economy. So that when you're speaking of a shock of an increase in final demand in this sector, scenario 1 of $3.2 billion, this leads to an exponential rise of the sector in relative terms and an impact on Bogota GDP of 3.7%, and which also leads to an expansion of other economic sectors, particularly trade, gas and electricity, 9%, metallurgical goods, and also car manufacturing, but still small. The impact is great, 2030, $5,900 million. The impact is above 6%. And of course, there is an increase on other economic sectors. And when you suppose that all of the investment is done immediately in 2040, so the impact on the GDP of the city is of 19%. So that is just to give you an idea of the relevance of investment or the increase in final demand in the sector linked to electromobility. So, in conclusion, first of all, increasing the number of electric vehicles results in an interesting increase in GDP. Focusing on the sectors of interest, and the impact on GDP is reduced under 1% cumulative in all countries. You could say that the impact on employment is marginal and focused only in the transport and energy sectors. But when we see the case of the city of Bogota, we're seeing more interesting results in that the impact of a policy of this type today in the region is focusing in one city, and the case of Bogota is very clear. So when you simulate the impact of investment on the reconversion of the fleet, just in Transmilenio, we could see the increase in GDP could be substantive, 4 to 5%. But then, taking into account at sectoral level, the impact is concentrated in transport and electricity. And the other thing that I would like to highlight, that in all cases, the dependence on fossil fuel comes down. And this is important because what you want is to decarbonize. And so this would be achieved, and well, the issue of employment is still minor, but unlimited to the public transport and energy. So we need new investment projects in electromobility in all countries, and or reconversion of the fleet of public transport, not only in the cities, but also in urban areas. But we need to consider other modes of transport, such as motorbikes and tricycles and taxis. And the idea is to reduce emissions, because that's the aim here. And also we need to ample investment in cargo vehicles, providing users with a better chance of being able to recharge en route and not be left stranded. So we believe this is very interesting. Retrofitting is important because it leads to other chains, national and regional. I'm going to share with you a graph, a diagram that explains that. If Brazil increases its production, it could respond to the demand in Latin America. You can see that here. And also we need to electrify the main routes and highways connecting countries. We need to identify clusters of electric buses, and where the cluster of the engine, the transmission, and the electronics is very important. And these are clusters where each country has something to contribute. For example, Colombia has a very interesting bodywork industry. And in the case of Brazil, they as well. The electronics and the steering of combustion vehicles, but with the possibility of increasing and moving towards electric buses. And then, as that's for Brazil and also in Colombia, I put it up here, you also have that advantage. And then the value chain of an electroliner, where there's the possibility of linking national imported goods in different clusters, the recharging point or other infrastructure and facilities, resting areas, storage areas, surveillance, or the power, energy, cabling. There are national companies in all countries and an important network of first suppliers among countries. And we know that in Colombia, 30 to 35% of the components are national, made metal mechanics, the cable components, and we've done a study of the value chain for buses, and there are important links between all countries of the region.
Para poner en modo bus es el...
In order to look at the electric buses, China is important. The US and Europe have followed this path. China has arrived at the point it is because of a series of policies, subsidies, tax exemptions, use of public tenders, and regulatory requirements. Latin America has seen different types of incentives to public transportation, but there haven't been any policies oriented to promoting regional production. This is important to take into account because electromobility needs to be viewed as at a regional level. Only Brazil has electric bus production with the company called Eletra. The region is a net importer of elaborated products, basically used in the manufacturing of electric buses, and more specifically, there is no battery production despite the abundance of lithium. No company will manufacture an electric bus if they don't have battery supplies close by. In Latin America, there's a productive capacity potentially to produce electric buses. There's 4 countries amongst the 20 main global producers of conventional buses. That's basically the structure, the chassis, and also the software of the associated services. I'm thinking about heavy load vehicles that need services. They also require specific design and manufacturing. The electronics are different as well. When you take the hose and put it into the vehicle, there's a software that interacts in these vehicles between the cloud and the vehicle, telling the users that there is electric energy. And to conclude, there is a regional production that needs to be developed for electric buses, generating different instruments and having a more stable market. For example, for an internal market, Brazil could be thinking about an exercise where it has a large market, but as Franco said, it's not enough only with Brazil. We need to use the demand of all the countries, and their public purchases also have goals for the electrification of public transportation, not just an investment in exchanging the fleet, but also electrifying or having more infrastructure for charging. Development of the infrastructure and the policies oriented to the transformation of these key materials such as copper and lithium. Retrofitting is also important. When a bus is retrofitted, it enters a production chain that generates, or that is part of the industry, and other cases, as I said, copper and lithium. So in sum, we need to coordinate all of the actors, all of the stakeholders of this electromobility ecosystem, not only manufacturers, but also the transportation operators, energy or power companies, retrofitting, central governments, regional, local governments, academia, and research centers. All these exercises have been carried out thanks to the fine-tuning between ECLAC, the Mobility Secretariat, and the academia. We've had significant interaction with academia. We've organized part of these projects, as we have in Colombia. We had an opportunity with the Arboleda program, taking a look at the research on the CISI project, and that is what I wanted to conclude with. Thank you. We're collecting questions and comments. We're going to a break and we'll be back soon.
Vamos a esperar 2 minutos para que se integren los que todavía están en el coffee y daremos inicio a esta segunda parte. Bueno, bienvenidos nuevamente.
Well, welcome once again. This second part of the discussion will be on comments carried out by our guests. These have all been scheduled and programmed on the previous presentations, or any additional comment that you want to set on the table based on your own experiences that you have been developing in each of your countries. So let us begin with our colleague from Colombia. First of all, Daniel Colmenares, who is the coordinator of the automotive, shipbuilding, and aerospace sectors in the Colombia Productiva. Thank you, Nicolo. Good morning, everybody, those who are here in person and those who are connected online. I would also like to greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Industry and Tourism, as well as Colombia Productiva, which is a program, an autonomous program which reports to the Ministry of Commerce and Tourism, and we're in charge of developing the reindustrialization policy of the country with a focus on improving the productiveness of the whole business sector in Colombia. We also work on quality, improving the quality of the products and services in some strategic sectors, and we also promote some programs focused on developing suppliers, but also the productive linkage in the different productive sectors in the country. So we would like to thank the division from ICLAC that have asked us to come and present some of the elements on which we have been making some progress in sustainable mobility in the Ministry of Commerce and Tourism, and also some of the activities that are being developed by Colombia Productiva around this topic. So I would like to start by highlighting that the government of Colombia has implemented in the National Development Plan quite an ambitious strategy in order to achieve the transition of a model that is based from extraction activities towards a more production method, which is more focused on productive transformation. And for this, one of the transformational guidelines in this development plan is the productive transformation, internalization, and climate action, which focus on the diversification of productive areas, leaving behind the dependency on some of the mining and extraction activities, and having a new reindustrialized sector fostered on some territorial sectors. And this is the basis of this national development plan, which focuses on the reindustrialization national policy being led by the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Tourism, all focused on a technological uptaking that must be developed by the transportation sector, as we acknowledge the fact that the impact that this sector has in the goals that Colombia has in terms of reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, as well as other environmental commitments that the country has. So the reindustrialization policy and the National Development Plan have a special focus then this process of creating a technological uptake in our transportation sector in the country. So based on that, then the general objective of the national reindustrialization policy is to increase value added in the production of goods and services of economical sectors that are part of the production basis in the Colombian economy, to go from an economy that is based on extraction activities towards one that is more productive, which is based on knowledge, which is sustainable, and which is inclusive. That includes towards the development of the territorial development and closing gaps in terms of the production. So around this framework of the reindustrialization, which is part of the COMPESE document, which is a document that has been agreed upon in the government of Colombia, we find tremendous opportunities to move forward in the process of developing new models that favor sustainable mobility, keeping in mind the big goals that Colombia has set itself in matters related to decarbonization. Just to mention two cases. Colombia has assumed international commitments of reducing 50% the emissions of greenhouse gases, which is already quite a high challenge for the national industry, both for fixed and mobile sources. But also, Colombia has set itself the goal of having 600,000 electrical vehicles as part of the national fleet. So these are two objectives that not only do they pose challenges to the different economic sectors, but also from this reindustrialization policy point of view, they create opportunities in order to create advantages for some of the production sectorial chains that can allow us to achieve the goals. So one of these elements, one of these pillars that make up the reindustrialization policy is what we are doing from the point of view of the commercial, business, and productive policy. Because we're trying to readjust and reorganize the instruments with which the automotive industry has been is basing its production activity. And I want to name two cases which, under this new reindustrialization policy, the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Tourism has been working on changing an instrument which is called the promotion program for the automotive industry. Through this instrument, we are providing some tariff benefits for companies that have participation in the automotive sector. And the big adjustment that is being made is that companies in the bus category can import parts and components at a tariff 0, as long as they have a percentage of national integration, that is to say, national value added in part of this production process. So if we look at this category of buses, the internal combustion buses that begin with a national registration, which is quite high. That is to say, it sets quite a high standard with levels of national integration close to 35%. But it also identifies important opportunities for this policy in the promotion of the industry can be attractive and appealing for new investments. And in the case for electrical buses, it starts with a percentage of 0% in the first year. If a company wants to set up as an electric bus assembly, after 5 years, it must reach a component of 30% value added nationally. That is to say, there is a signal in terms of public policies in this whole program that is still being put together with the private sector. And for these type of technologies in the systems for electrical buses are given a certain priority, a certain tax or tariff benefit, as long as they have a progressive inclusion in contribution to value add going from 0 to 13%. On the other hand, then, from this Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Tourism, we are implementing a policy for the development of an auto part sector. And we have an instrument which is called IAMAS, where we are also giving some tariff benefits to the auto part companies that are making investments in order to scale up their production and to develop new investments as part of their production with a view on a technological retrofitting or conversion. And these are other signals that we have been working on, focused on the auto parts industry, because Colombia has a tradition of over 60 years in this company, with over 200 small, mid-sized, and even large industries in the automotive sector, where we acknowledge that there is a technological lag that we need to start decreasing through different instruments. And these tariff benefit is precisely focusing on this, improving the production capacity, but also making the necessary investments in order to have this new technological renewal of the production setup. So there are two instruments that the ministry is working on within the framework of the national reindustrialization policy. Also in Colombia Productiva, we have set about putting together a strategy to try to strengthen the value chains in Colombia, and one of them is the value chain of sustainable mobility. There, thanks again to the methodological support that we have received from ECLAC, we have been able to move forward in a diagnosis of different capacities and different opportunities that our industry has in trying to insert itself in the whole value chain of sustainable development, in particular with what has to do with the development of electrical buses, where not only are we identifying opportunities for the development of suppliers and vendors for the goods and services that assembly or manufacturing of electrical buses require, but also we can see other activities within the value chain that where we can have some additional extended effect. For example, the development and manufacturing of some of the charging stations in Colombia. There are several energy companies that have some interesting projects on this matter. And as was mentioned before, there are opportunities there where the national industry can participate as part of the value chain. Also, electrical charges can create a possibility for creating different links with metal mechanic industry, with plastic injection, with information technology, electronics, and others. We can see that there's an important pillar there in order to help develop the whole process. But not only are we focusing there, we can also identify opportunities for linking this national industry to all the infrastructure that a shop may require for developing the charge for electrical buses, where there are important demands for metal mechanics, for energy sector, from the electrical sector. So we're going to be focusing on that, how to articulate the national industry to the whole infrastructure surrounding the operation of electrical buses.
And lastly, as we will not be in the business of batteries for the electric vehicles. We do believe that there is a new market to be developed, and there are companies that are making incursions into the various uses of these batteries in Colombia, and we would like to further these ventures and new companies that are already offering solutions for the second use of these electric batteries used by electric mobility in Colombia. So that is an initiative that we are leading as the Ministry of Trade and Tourism, and the idea is to strengthen productive chains around the value chain of sustainable mobility, and especially the development of a possible industrialization and productive development regarding electric buses in Colombia. In addition to that, since 2002, we have received support from the Inclusive, Sustainable and Smart Cities project that has been determinant in assisting these public policies for reindustrialization. And as Jose has said, several workshops have been held together with the chain in order to identify these opportunities in terms of the production of goods and services linked to this new reality, electric mobility. And also, important documents have been drafted justifying the goals put forward within the national reindustrialization policy. One of these, for example, is the document on dynamics and perspectives of the Colombian e-mobility industrialization. And one of the major conclusions is that there's a need for clean technology penetration and the need to develop a regulatory context that favors this development in Colombia based on the capacities that our industry already has in terms of the body industry, and that can offer solutions to provide electric systems for mass transport in cities. And so that is one first very interesting exercise in order to sustain this wager with the reindustrialization policy and develop the industry of e-buses in Colombia. And likewise, the document presented by Jose, the outlook of e-mobility buses in Latin America, was a conclusive document in order to determine that our region must move ahead with initiatives to improve or increase productive capacities in terms of high technological value components to move ahead in the development of a regional e-bus industry. And we also have the case of Brazil, of course, where it is a country, a leader in the development of this type of solution for transport. But we believe that Colombia also has industrial capacities, albeit are more reduced, but the potential to generate not only solutions for transport systems in Colombia, but also to turn Bogota or Colombia into an exporting platform for this type of buses and developments related to sustainable mobility. The reindustrialization policy determines several actions to further electromobility, and I highlight two regarding which ECLAC at the last stage of the CISI project has been providing technical assistance to the government of Colombia. The first of these where the Ministry of Trade and Industry, together with the Transport Ministry, that through 2024 and 5, there be a roadmap to promote the production and assembly of vehicles with low emission technologies for the country for the highway, sea, river, and land, and which is what has been commissioned asked the Ministry of Trade to do. And in the last stage of the CC project, we have been working on, accompanied by ECLAC, in order to move ahead in this formulation of the roadmap, particularly for the development of urban buses and electrification. And also, the reindustrialization policy proposes specific action for the Ministry of Transport. And this has already been mentioned. And what we want is to have a draft regulatory framework promoting electromobility for taxis and other vehicles by means of retrofitting. And so it's with these wages that the reindustrialization policy has, we have in fact been working in a very articulated fashion within the framework of the CC project in its last stage, and we will have a roadmap to identify the capacities and steps to be followed from the industrial viewpoint for Colombia to have a supply in coming years of electric buses and of a chain of supplies and spares and components to support this industrial development. So we would like to greatly thank ECLAC for the support given within the framework of the Inclusive, Sustainable and Smart Cities project, which has allowed us to direct our reindustrialization policy and also implement through these roadmaps the way that we will be connecting with the private sector, public sector, academia, in order to achieve these objectives regarding sustainable mobility and electrification of transport in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, for sharing what you're doing in Colombia and that macro and view and zooming in of what is being done in cooperation with ECLAC. And now we will be moving on with Christian Quintero for his more local view on Bogota. He is the Director of Mobility Intelligence of the District Mobility Secretariat. Thank you all very much and good morning. My name is Christian Quintero. I'm the Director of Mobility Intelligence and the District Mobility Secretariat. This mode is very important not only for the city of Bogota, but for all cities in Latin America, being able to share all these experiences in terms of how we're thinking about cities, how we are developing the model of city towards far more sustainable and smart mobility. The first thing I would like to show you is how we are reaching this zero and low emission mobility policy. Bogota is a city that is under transformation. At the moment, it is undergoing an important change in terms of the structuring of its transport and mobility. The city that we had included in our development plan, in our administration for Bogota, seeks for the city to be much safer, where we would all like to live and where everyone can walk at ease in the city and the region. So how are we mobilizing this? Yesterday, we saw that more than 30 or 40% of the trips are done on foot in our cities. If you analyze this, in fact, all trips have some pedestrian segment, either an access or exit. And so what we want is for our cities to be much more friendly towards these new ways of transport. And so we're focusing on pedestrians. All in all, Bogota has 9.3 million inhabitants. And this is not just Bogota, but Bogota and the region. Around Bogota, there are around 20 municipalities that interact with the city. And as we also heard yesterday, the population is concentrating in the periphery of the cities and these municipalities. They were growing 20 times more in terms of population than in Bogota. The rate is much higher. And so the changes in dynamics resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic and also the cost of the square meter of the land. And so this is leading to a greater number of trips, longer distances, higher costs. And so we are showing how the cities are each day more inequitable. And so these are our major wages. How can we ensure the population be able to move about better, more efficiently, and sustainably? Here we can see how the population is leading to travel dynamics, trips to work, and the origin is mostly in the periphery, the municipalities, and concentrated in the extended center, which is the patch that you see in the upper part of Bogota, where you have most jobs, study, and health centers. One of the biggest wages for the administration is to mobilize these people in a far more sustainable manner, understanding that a trip is always done towards a job opportunity or an opportunity to train or accessing the health system. The pandemic also left us with something that is very interesting, that the number of trips reduced in Bogota and the region. That is, 9% of these trips dropped in this area of study, moving to 14.6 million trips. And this is because we have a greater dynamics associated to working from home, e-commerce, and also far more structured dynamics linked to travel between municipalities and Bogota. Before in Bogota and the region were done now in a more sustainable manner, so 70% on foot, and here we saw now it is moved to 28% on foot, bicycle 7%, public transport 35%, and also significant but no more than 23% in motorized forms of transport, either private vehicles, motorbikes, or taxis. And as we saw in the presentations yesterday, is how we distribute the space. More than 70% of the travel represents 20% of the space. So what we need to do is how make the cities more equitable, more efficient. This is very important and is part of the policies that we have in Bogota and the region. More than 70% of these trips are more sustainable, and by the end of the 4 years, we would like to go from 8.4 million trips in sustainable manners to, I believe he said 10.2. Another important challenge, when we saw the special segregation of where the population is located and where they traveled, is how to reduce travel time. The average trip takes 54 minutes, but in public transport, 63. And so most trips are made in public transport. And we see that people are spending more than 2.5 hours a day in a bus. And soon, the idea is that these travel times should dwindle, because every year these people are spending more than 30 days moving to their places of work or study or accessing the health services. This is because Bogota is changing. We have approximately 64 kilometers of infrastructure that is being built. And we're hoping that by the end of these 4 years, we'll be talking about 162 kilometers, and the wager that we have is to have a far more sustainable and efficient transport system with around 5 metro lines. At the moment, we're building the first one, and we've already financed the second, and we, in the next 4 years, will look to finance the third line.
También
We also have a very important bet on cables. Okay. We projected around 7
22 corredores de alta y media capacidad.
cables or cable systems, but we are mostly working on the electric bus system. We have 449 kilometers of bicycle infrastructure as well.
Entonces, una de las grandes apuestas y el cómo estamos manejando esto es poder generar una hoja de ruta clara. Y es cuál es.
So what's been truly important is having a positive or clear roadmap. In the past administration, the idea was to have a territorial organization that was clear and that would allow us to define how we visualize a city in the short, medium, and long term. And we're also betting on a 30-minute city. For this, we're taking many of the health care services, workplace, and study centers to those sectors of the city and the region where we are lacking these services. The idea is to reduce the times of deployment, the distances, and to make the city more sustainable. Our second bet, since the previous administration, is once we had the territorial organization, is to satisfy this demand. The idea is to have this plan, mobility plan that is safe and sustainable with a series of new projects for mobility in the short, medium, and long term, articulated with policies. One of the main policies we have is the public policy of bicycles and persons on foot. And the idea was to establish this roadmap, and we learned that it's necessary to have consensus, because from the technical area, sometimes we develop policies, but if there isn't political will from the different parties and through administrations, we won't see these goals and projects reflected. That is our first step. And then in terms of low emissions, what we did is we established the goals for energy transition. And what we've seen is that 12% of the fleet of the ISP buses is 30%. Only 1% of these personal vehicles are electric. 2% of the official vehicles are electric. So the first thing we did was to establish clear goals in the short, medium, and long term, beginning with the official vehicles. So the goal is to have 100% of official vehicles, cars and trucks being 100% electric. And we can control this with the contracts that we have with our providers. By 2032, the electric vehicles must all be low emission technology, and by 2040, fully electric. By 2032, 100% of the motorcycles will also be zero emission. And in terms of the trucks, cargo vehicles, by 2035, 100% of the fleet should be zero and low emissions. These are our goals. There are significant challenges that we've set for ourselves. In order to promote this energy transition, the first thing we're doing is training. We need training. We need people that know how to operate and maintain this energy transition. Thus, we are generating some very important goals with a differentiated approach. We have a case within the ICP where most of the drivers are women, and that is the information we need. We need an approach that is focused on on information so that we can understand gender issues as well. We are trying to understand all the benefits of this energy transition. ECLAC has been key for this process. Thanks to the analyses that we've carried out with Jose, we have seen the opportunities to work with these value chains towards this transition of zero or low emissions. As I mentioned earlier, Bogota and the region is the third holder of electric vehicles. So in terms of costs and benefits, I feel we still haven't fully comprehended the benefits. We need to improve employment. We need to see how to project these value chains to raw materials and other provisions. The challenge is precisely in taking advantage of all these opportunities. The next challenge we have is, okay, we have the goals, we have the projects, we have part of the budget. So how do we provide an infrastructure of electric chargers that can take care of this demand in the short, medium term? In this policy of zero and low emissions, what we're doing is we're taking advantage of public space, and the idea is to offer private parties a space and generate permits that may allow them to be financially feasible. We can do this through this energy transition, offering spaces, and in exchange, we ask for communications, being able to use the same infrastructure to promote our policies, and also working through the tariff system. We're also taking a look at the reuse of batteries and how to assist this energy transition throughout all of these forms of transport. It's 42. There are 42 products, 15 sectors that are related to this zero and low emission policy, and it all leads to us having a city that doesn't merely depend on fossil fuels, so that we can have more equitable and fair cities for all our citizens. Thank you. To supplement this view of Bogota, we have Alimar Benitez online. She is the economic advisor for Transmilenio and the director for mobility of the Mobility District Secretariat. Alimar, are you there? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for the support that we've been offered all these years. And as Christian mentioned, through the product matrix, we have realized what the proposal was that we were carrying out in the implementation of this policy of zero and low emissions in Bogota. And the idea was to reach this goal mentioned by Christian, basically to, within a period of 15 years, to have a full fleet of public transportation be electric. Today, it's 12 to 13% of the fleet that is electric. And this is thanks to the simulations and the analysis being carried out by ECLAC, we obtain a vision of how we can move forward in the market. It is an emerging market. We will start to see the need for technical support, post-sale, and even the possibility and opportunity to have electric buses that can be manufactured in the region. I feel, well, Daniel mentioned something very important, and they are projects by the state. I think it's important to mention work that Bogota has been doing to have a better policies, a roadmap, and a series of incentives, public transportation, mass public transportation, such as the buses. And in addition, school public transportation. GIZ has been an extremely good partner in learning how this sector can also include electric buses, because they will have to go into Bogota at some point. We don't have that service at this point. In order to reach the zero and low emissions, there is a huge need for the nation to implement strategies that will promote the production and productivity in this sector. As Chris mentioned, and also Jose mentioned in his intervention, this matrix is telling us that this could represent a significant part of the GDP. So on this point, from everything we've heard and mentioned and everything that has been done for Bogota, for the electric fleet and public transportation, it's important to take the looking glass to what is actually working in the city that currently needs support in post-sale. We enormously depend on this initial provider, which is, or supplier, which is China in most cases, but we also see a need for standardization of some of the parts and services that we need to operate that fleet. And there are another 10,000 buses that need to go into the city. This market, as I mentioned earlier, generates a significant part of the GDP. If we are able to promote this tool being presented by ECLAC, we need to know what the consequences will be of including this, implementing this in our city. I think Bogota has done great work in planning the roadmap, in leaving a commitment with us in order to include more buses into the fleet. They're not all electric, but it's basically all about finding sustainable development of the fleet in the city and in the region. There is a need for greater attention to this fleet. And based on these national policies that are being presented by the government and pushed by the government, hopefully we will finally have an electric bus fleet produced in the region, also ideally with Colombian labor, so that this emerging market, this opportunity that we have at this point in the country, will be taken advantage of. And thank you very much, Jose. Thank you for all this information. Thank you for the project. I realize from my sector, we realize the importance of electric buses. As a friend would say, it is a simple way of seeing how we can further promote standardization of the parts and maintenance for these electric vehicles, and the lessons learned are extremely important. Taking experiences from public transportation, and not only Colombia, also Brazil, other countries, and take it to other areas and to better attend to the needs of Bogota with the vehicle occupation, the characteristics of the geography of the city, the altitude, as compared to conventional vehicles also imported from China with specific characteristics. They may not necessarily answer the needs of Bogota, which is quite particular.
Hopefully those responsible to plan moving forward can use this tool, which is the product supply matrix, not only for validation, but to update the information required so that simulations can allow for people to make the best decisions possible. Thank you very much. I believe that Bogota is in a good path in terms of bidding for public transportation. I would like to thank GIZ once again for their support to incorporate that area of transportation and to make the correct decision to move towards an electrical fleet, and ECLAC for its support on building the supply product matrix, and to leave a special chapter to Bogota, because it has a great impact in terms of getting to know how the entire market will be moving, the need for production, and the impact on the GDP, and the consequences or implications for Bogota. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elimar, for your comments. Our following speaker is Franco. He is with us once again with the comments. With you, I want to make the transition to the Q&A session. I will read some of the questions that we received. Several are for the Brazil case, and this is to facilitate your intervention. The questions that we got from the YouTube chat box. It says, Latin America does not have its own technology to develop our electric industry. However, we have subways, buses, cars, etc. Why doesn't Latin America buy to others in Latin America? That's the first question. Now, regarding Camila's presentation, thank you very much, Camila. We hope that these initiatives multiply. The 15-year plan proposed by Brazil, the question is, thanks to artificial intelligence, could it be reduced from 15 years to 5 years? Then a question related to the previous one. What efforts could be accelerated? What efforts could be made to accelerate the change process to electromobility? In my opinion, 15 years is a long time. And this is a technological question. China recently launched the first high-tonnage electric truck. How is Brazil doing in this regard? These were the questions that we got related to Brazil. So, Franco, if you could answer one of those, or the rest of our speakers. And during the last 30 minutes, we will open up for discussion and comments from either you or the audience. And then I can ask some questions, or otherwise we can conclude earlier. I believe that, well, for the question of why Latin America doesn't buy to others in Latin America, I believe that we could all comment on that. If we consider electric vehicles, but if we consider the history of foreign trade in Latin America, we see that Latin America does make these purchases. As Camila said, Brazil has an exporting tradition that decreased due to electrification. But with combustion engine, we have a vast tradition. I believe that this is something that has to do with cooperation, and we should also think how we can obtain more scale for the production of electric components for the electrification of buses that demand a high scale. To compete with China, for instance, through investments from Canada, the US, and Europe that make large investments in these areas. I believe that this is a challenge. How can Latin America cooperate to become a robust market and to have interregional transactions to take care of that issue? Regarding the plan and shortening its time, we have a timeline for it, which is necessary for transition. But it doesn't mean that we will not shorten it if we can. However, there is a large component of the transition. In the case of Brazil and in Latin America, we need to think about the vehicle stock. What can we do if combustion vehicles are prohibited at a certain point of time? We have a large number of combustion-operated vehicles, and for this, it is necessary to modernize those technologies. For instance, to have a Euro 8 truck produced by Brazil to give you an example, this truck has 90% less emissions than other trucks. This is compared to the trucks that had emissions 15 to 20 years ago. Those are things that we need to think about in the short, mid, and long term. To end, the issue on high tonnage electric trucks I do not believe it is a commitment from Brazil due to its long distance transportation characteristics. We have other technologies that have already been developed, like biomethane, GNV, that are sustainable and that can fulfill these demands. In the case of biomethane, we have an advantage, which is the local production of biomethane, given the characteristics of agricultural production in Brazil. And I believe that that is our commitment. I wanted to comment on some additional items regarding investments. That were already informed by truck manufacturers for the next 5 years. We have approximately $6 billion for these that are foreseen for these companies. We currently have 50 R&D projects in place and Two of them have to do with the production of lithium batteries with an approximate value of 35 million reals. And we also have a goal for the New Industry of Brazil program for sustainable public transportation for 25% until 2033. And finally, I would like to talk about another dimension of our policies. And this is related to vehicle recycling and circular economy. We have a project called Renovation, and this is for sustainable green economy. Renovation, the project, addresses the issue of vehicle recycling and circular economy. And in 2022, or 2023, I believe it's 2022, we had a pilot program for trucks recycling at the end of their life cycle. And we have obtained significant results. Right now, we are sponsoring a new pilot program for omnibus recycling. And we believe that it can have a significant potential. And this is for fleet renovation and recycling in the circular economy. However, if there is an industry for assembly and manufacturing of vehicles, we can now think about a disassembly industry and its related materials. And this can allow to have significant achievements in sustainability. We can invest in something called urban mining, which leverages the minerals obtained through recycling. And with this, I wanted to conclude. Thank you very much. Camila, would you like to add something? Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions. All of them are very interesting. To give you an answer, I wanted to comment on something. It is important to remember that we are currently in a world context of a new competitive green paradigm. We also see that there is an accelerated green technological race taking place. And we also see that the main economies in the world are making massive efforts in terms of these new green technologies, both in the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act, the European Union, etc., with the Next Generation EU, the new plan of China, that gives us an example of modern productive development policies, a green policy. And that sets a new global competitive paradigm. Based on the information that we have obtained in a technical cooperation project between ECLAC and the National Confederation of Industry in Brazil, CNI, we observed that more than 50% of the world commerce of goods and services is already associated to green patenting. These are goods that already have a strong component of green technologies, and we see these trends as a new competitive paradigm.
This is just to put the efforts into context, the efforts that we have been talking about this morning. The development of a competitive production sector, which is inclusive, sustainable, competitive in Brazil, and also in Latin America. Again, we have heard here the efforts from Colombia also. So, for these economies, competing against competitive sectors already set up in these countries where green stimulus are massive, it's going to be an important challenge. So it makes more and more sense, as Franco Bernardes was saying, it makes more sense to talk about integrated or cooperative strategies. From my point of view, thinking about a coordinated strategy for production integration in Latin America could be one of the few ways of addressing this level of stimulus for companies that are already set up in other countries. This is just to say that it's not going to be a minor issue. Productive integration is critical, not only for the scale, which is vital in itself, but also for industries in the region, and I'm going to be talking about Brazil mostly here, because Brazil does not have a minimum scale capable of making these industries viable, especially batteries, cells, and other types of energy storage devices. These are technologies where Brazil has an important deficit when compared against other countries. But regional integration could be a way of providing the necessary scale in order to make national development more feasible. Also, the integration in Latin America could allow for lower cost for transportation, for logistics, because of the geographical proximity, and promote supplementary or complementary the production competencies. Remember that Latin America has strategic minerals for the transition towards electromobility. We are in Chile, which is part of the lithium triangle, and Bolivia, Argentina, well, Brazil also at a lower scale, and there are production capacities already established in Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, Brazil, and others. So we need to better understand these challenges and opportunities when talking about the integration, which, as I was saying, from my point of view, could be one of the few ways of addressing these massive green stimulus and trying to insert the Latin American economies in these new green value chains, which are a new paradigm in world commerce. Having said all this, the efforts are huge. It's always a challenge. It has always been a challenge to try and get to productive integration, because it has to do with infrastructure, promotion in logistics needs to take place, also energy transformation, and all of these could promote the technological production and innovative development, generation of solutions adapted to the needs of the region, and also the reduction of low carbon energies. So, regarding the first question, why Latin America does not buy from Latin America? Well, from my point of view, there are important gaps when it comes to thinking about a coordinated strategy from the region within the region. The other two questions will have to do with the time frame of the plan for the production chain of electrical buses in Brazil. It is important to mention that the plan has a maximum time frame of 15 years, but we can foresee actions before that. The idea is that the plan or the recommendations that we're going to be given for putting together the plan can be implemented as soon as possible. The time horizons in terms of technological developments are 5, 10, and 15 years. And of course, Brazil already has installed capacity to immediately start producing parts of the electrical buses, but there are components and parts that will require more time. Also, it is important to highlight that 15 years, especially if we look at the experiences that Brazil depends on from the external markets, that is to say, those areas where Brazil has a very low innovative and productive competencies, 15 years is not a lot for a technological catch-up. In fact, it's quite an accelerated time frame. And here we would be talking about making the whole value chain more endogenous. So it is a deadline or a time frame which is quite challenging, but we consider feasible given some of the specificities that we have identified for the case of Brazil. So, in a summary, to reinforce this point, then, it is important to consider an integrated, coordinated strategy of the countries in Latin America so that the green industrialization or the re-sustainable industrialization, the different names for the same kind of thing, comes from the different countries so that these new value chains, these new green value chains can be translated into real opportunities for competing and for the economic development of the countries. Thank you very much. No, thank you, Camila. We have 8 minutes left. I can see some hands up. Please, Carlos. Thank you. A micro question, but again for Brazil. Brazil has always stood out for its technologies, biofuels, for example, and we're talking about electromobility here. So what plans does Brazil have for the ethanol industry, for transportation, but also for the sugar industry and the whole agricultural value chain? In the case that electrical cars and buses have a larger penetration. The ethanol alternative, I believe, has already been well established for light vehicles. But for the heavy-duty vehicles, the alternative or the possibilities are biomethane, or is biomethane because the agricultural industry has an important use of methane gas, or produces quite a lot of methane gas, which can easily be converted into biomethane. There's a technological cost, which is significant. Because from having sugarcane means that we can have our own production for feeding the fleet. for fueling the fleet, which would tend to offset part of the other cost. And I talked about this previously because I talked about the sustainable corridors for gases and for electromobility. We're not thinking about electromobility for some of these projects, and I believe that biomethane is the most important experience that we can draw from. And with ethanol, I believe that we have the possibility of producing green rhenium for the cargo transportation. For hydrogen, my apologies, it's hydrogen, green hydrogen. So I think that those are the pathways. Those are the pathways that we have established in Brazil. For these topics that we are interested in. I have talked to some of the representatives of the truck industry, truck and bus industry, and in Belo Horizonte, which is a large city, a large metropolis in Brazil, the electrification of bus alternatives does not seem to be interesting for the municipality. New tests are being carried out, but in this process, they're also testing the possibility of biomethane as a fuel for buses. It's a technology that has already been developed in the country, which could cover these demands. So we can perceive, or we do not have, we can see that we have multiple strategies with a view on sustainability. There's no one unique pathway. That's what we're putting our money on. And it's interesting. In the case of biodiesel, for example, as I mentioned recently, we have to look at the current circulating fleet. And biofuels are a sustainable alternative, which are low emissions and which can they compensate part of the emissions and can help in the reduction. So it's one of the strategies that we have thought for the country in order to manage the current fleet that is circulating. Having said this, we have to design and think about different simultaneous strategies looking at the transition towards sustainability. I don't know if I've answered your question. We have time for maybe one additional question and comment. So we'll have the question there. Yes, I had a question for Bogota, and that is that in the priority of the value chains, I would like to know if any activities or plans or projects have been developed with the energy companies in Bogota, because although the production of buses is important, this expense that would take place and the demand that would be created in the coming years, if it's going to be able to be covered given the expansion of the city, and what plans have been thought for this?
First of all, let's begin with Jose and to continue with the previous one. Yes, let's continue with the answer to that. Yes, my tongue was biting to say something. For international trade integration, why Latin America doesn't buy from Latin America? This is a question that we need to answer, because I believe that there are three elements. The first is the scale. As Camila said, the scale is important. For example, if you want to recycle electric batteries and take out all the components, if you have no scale, that's one issue. The other is the regime of incentives. A company is not going to invest if there are no incentives. And this is something that is ongoing. It's still pending, and I think efforts must be made, and all governments are doing that. These dialogues, the dialogues in Brazil also go in that direction, also Colombia. And the third is the political will. And so then now I would like to bring all three together to say, let me give you an example. In Colombia, there are Brazilian capital companies, and some of them produce with national supply chains. And now I'm going to mention something that was already said in a public dialogue in this respect. For example, they say, we have a supply chain that is interesting, and it allows us to project the production of electric buses. But we have a problem, and the problem is the regime of incentives. And so they have VAT. Small producers do not charge VAT, but the big ones, when they buy from the small ones, they do pay VAT. So this is something that needs to be resolved. We have projected producing and exporting to Peru and Ecuador. They buy them, but we cannot do it because there is a compulsory insurance, and the cost of the insurance means that I'm no longer competitive. There's going to be a new tender in the third millennium with large vehicles, articulated vehicles, and the transmillennium will say that if there are national suppliers, it will get a higher score. But this issue of the lack of incentives in the regulatory framework would mean that it's impossible for companies such as this one, such young ventures, a Brazilian company with national supply chains. It would be impossible. And so for Latin America to buy from Latin America would resolve this. Can be done if these issues are resolved. You have the scale, the regulatory framework, and then the political will, or when these themes are discussed internationally. For example, the national and regional content of a vehicle. Colombia already has one proposal, that is to begin with is 0 and then up to 5 years. But what happens if the content is regional? That would be interesting if within the Andean community or Mercosur, because the motor sector is outside all of this. And I'd like to give you another example that has to do with the scale. For example, producing electric batteries for the Brazilian market, only for the Brazilian market, maybe the scale is insufficient. And Camille also spoke of cells, but maybe producing lithium cells or parts, spares, so that in Colombia or in other countries, the batteries be assembled, that, yes, would be possible with a scale. So Latin America buys from Latin America. If you could create incentives, we could create incentives regionally, there would be an effort to make the regulatory framework to converge, and then we could do it at a regional level. That would be my answer. Christian, very quickly, then, to the question you were asking, this is one of the most important challenges, to have the energy for all of this startup that we're doing in energy transition. And so in Colombia, energy generation is basically hydraulic. More than 68% of the energy is hydraulic. And in thermal, 30%, and cogeneration, 0.9, wind, 0.7, and in solar 0.7. What the country wants is to bring these non-conventional renewable energies, basically wind, sun, and biomass, and the construction of a transmission line with Panama to link Colombia to Central America, and this is ongoing. In the case of Bogota, is the main company that provides the energy services. And in this electric supply is being done at 3.4 million customers in Bogota and more than 100 municipalities. And the company that is providing us with the electric chargers. We want to have 20 working, 5 at the moment. And what we are considering is to invest more than 7 billion pesos in the coming years to cover those energy needs that we have in the short term. But without any doubt, in the medium to long term, we have important challenges because at the moment, we do not have the capacity to produce that energy with our current projections. Thank you. Well, I must close the panel. I will not provide a summary of what we've seen here, but I would like to highlight one thing which I believe was cross-cutting in this conversation, and that is the challenge of coordination. Camila began her presentation by saying that coordination is the key word for the big push. Jose ended his presentation speaking of the need for coordination. And for his part, Franco did not show the challenges within countries in terms of coordination, even the productive agents, and where before for a bus or a traditional car, the manufacturers did not have to coordinate with those who produced gas or oil. But now those who produce electric vehicles must coordinate what they're going to do with the energy producers. And so this means that the number of ministries or public agents taking part in the process to build the policy is far more than before, which means that the coordination as such is far more difficult now than before. If you add to that the fact that you need a certain scale to be competitive in this industry, and Brazil itself recognizes that they have issues of scale, the only possibility, as Camila was saying in her presentation and her comment, is this productive integration, regional productive integration, and where, once again, coordination is an essential challenge. I don't know how we're going to solve that, but with that challenge, I would like to adjourn the panel, and now we will break for lunch and meet again at 1:40. Thank you.
Hola, aló, Alejandro Morales por acá. Javier, ¿me escuchas? Ok, acá te estamos escuchando bien en la sala.
¿Ve?
Estamos, estamos en eso. Se ve la presentación que estás manejando, sí. Exacto. Sí, se ve que estás entrando
Aló.
ahí a alguna presentación. Si puedes proyectarla.
No, pero yo no tengo.
Ah, ya, perfecto. Es el computador de acá. Entonces, Stick, ¿me puede enviar la imagen del señor Medina en la pantalla? ¿Lo puedes piñar en grande? Exacto. Ahí sí, Javier, está perfecto. Ok. Sí, estamos. Lo ideal es que mantenga una luz en la parte de la. Sí, sí. Esa luz, sello blanco que tienes detrás podría ocasionar algún problema. Chao. ¿Sí?
Alejandro.
¿Sí?
Listo.
Sí, hay un destello, una luz que puede molestar atrás, que está entrando el sol.
No, es que esa luminosidad si me acompaña.
Ah, ya, ok. Sí, ya, sí, te estás escuchando perfecto en la sala y tú me escuchas bien también.
Bueno,
Eh, Tenemos en la agenda a las 13:40 hora de Santiago.
¿qué horas tienes ahora?
Ahora son las 13:12. O
O
sea,
sea, 2 horas y media,
no, en 40 minutos más debería estar empezando esto.
en 40 minutos.
Según agenda. Pero Carlos, ¿está Carlos de Miguel aquí? A ver. 15:45. Ya.
Sí, por
Me
eso, dos
confirman.
horas y media.
15:45. 2 horas más, Javier, tienes razón. 2 horas más.
Bueno,
Javier,
ok.
falta una sesión todavía, Javier. Carlos de Miguel te habla.
Hola.
Bien. Claro, porque hay una sesión de energía ahora y después cerramos, hay un café y a las 3:45 de acá, que todavía faltan como 2 horas y media, ahí es cuando empieza la sesión final con la embajadora.
Listo.
Ok, muy bien. Muchas
Bueno, un
gracias.
abrazo.
Chao, abrazo. Chao, que estés bien.
Chao, chao, chao.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. In the interest of time, we're going to begin the panel. I'd like to greet Raquel Diaz from the Ministry of Energy from Costa Rica, Ministry of Energy and the Environment, Ms. Ana Maria Orozco, advisor to the Vice Minister of Energy in Colombia, Randall Zúñiga, Director of the Division of Energy at the Ministry of the Environment, Costa Rica, the other participants who are with us here in the room, as well as joining us online. I am pleased to open this session on behalf of EFLAC's Natural Resources Division. We're going to be talking about the needs for investment and proposals for public policies in order to enable electromobility in different cities in Latin America. We're going to share the results of two recent studies that are being carried out in the Natural Resources Division within the framework of the CISI project. We're going to be learning from San Jose to determine what the needs are in order to absorb the needs for electromobility in the city. And we're also going to hear about regulatory frameworks in different cities, not only in the region, but also other regions of the world, to make a proposal for our region to enable electromobility based on renewable resources. We will be hearing from Ignacio Ñancupil and Heraldo Muñoz from our division. They will be sharing the results of the studies. Just to offer you a little context, Latin America and the Caribbean is the region in the world with the largest amount of natural renewable energy, but it is still predominantly low. 49% is based on non-renewable energies. And although the inclusion of renewable energies is quite speedy in several countries in the region, and others it is not. Likewise, I'd like to mention that in the region there is we lack energy efficiency. It is the region that has the least energy efficiency in transportation, mostly transportation amongst all other sectors. In this context, also shows us that transportation is taking up 40% of the energy in the region, and this is mostly fossil fuels, 94% coming from oil and derivatives, and around 12% from natural gas. So having mentioned this for the transportation sector, ECLAC has identified some sectors that are transforming development and the productive development, mostly in the region, energy transition and mobility. In terms of the energy transition, ECLAC's proposal is trying to promote 5 main pillars. The first has to do with universal access to energy based on renewable energies. The second is to increase the proportion of renewables in the total offer and in the industry. The third is to improve energy efficiency in all sectors, households, but also transportation. The fourth is to increase the energy integration at a regional level, and also to promote the fifth pillar, which is energy security and resilience in the region. In order to do this, as well as electromobility, we're proposing to strengthen in the countries of the region 4 main areas of policies that would allow us to move from the what's to the house. And these are areas such as reinforcing the governance, institutionality, and regulatory framework ecosystems, as well as with private and public partnerships and participation. The second is investment in infrastructure, access, distribution, collection, and also infrastructure innovation and new technologies, electromobility, for example. The third is coordinating the energy policies with the productive development policies in order to work on value chains related to electromobility. And the fourth pillar would be strengthening long-term energy use in a way that will allow us to better adapt to the energy demands and investment needs. We will be having a space to debate the different solutions on energy and electromobility in the region, and we hope that these discussions will be fruitful and offer us ideas that can help us cover the electromobility needs of the region. Thank you very much. I'd like to offer the floor to Ignacio Ñancupil, who will be making the first presentation on the effects of electromobility in the Costa Rican network. Thank you, Marina. If you could please upload my presentation. Good afternoon. We're going to present work done on the estimates of the impacts and needs for investment in the power grid in San Jose, Costa Rica. It's a study we've carried out in several cities. We've consolidated different stages of this study, and here we will be presenting a specific case, which we have been able to complete thanks to the cooperation of the Costa Rican authorities as well. We tried to determine the effects of electromobility in the future on the urban power grid. The objective is to decompress this, the stress on the power grid, and to go move towards electromobility solutions for transportation. We also need to see how the grid fares with this new demand. So we designed a methodology that is divided in 3 steps. The first stage is to determine what the demand is, and the time frame would be for public transportation, for example, electric buses, as well as private use of individuals. And we've included economic, demographic projections, including that of the authorities. It uses a methodology that includes the Monte Carlo simulations, other state-of-the-art techniques that allow simulating deployment and trips within the city. This has to do with the description of the mobility patterns, how vehicles move within the city, as well as public transportation. We used information from the current fleet, the trips and routes that they have today, thinking also about future charging stations.
The methodology considers this information, and based on certain electromobility integration scenarios, this is how authorities, local governments, or the different agencies forecast which percentage of the vehicles will be used in each one of the years of the study. Through a methodology that also integrates an assessment of where the main charging centers will be located for private vehicles. Then all that information is taken for the input of data, and then simulations are done. These simulations consist of a transmission, generation system, power system, and the electric results determine where there is congestions in the system, where there is a lack of capacity transformation to provide the demand. Based on this, we see the costs of expanding the electric infrastructure to satisfy that demand. In the case of Costa Rica, which is also very interesting due to the renewable matrix that it has, where almost 70% of the installed capacity, at least until last year, was hydroelectric, also with wind power generation. We then characterized the demand at a country level based on information provided by the Costa Rican Institute of Electricity and the demand within the city, based on the data provided by the National Energy Company. In this case, we were provided data from the main substations in the city, and with this, we were able to obtain a demand profile currently. With this demand, we also looked at the vehicle park. We saw that the vehicle park grew considerably, and as you can see, there is an exponential growth, especially for private vehicles. And percentages are also rising. This also shows the integration of electric vehicles. The methodology, as I commented before, is focused on looking at the urban network for power transmission, and this is known as the sub-transmission network. This is between the system of 23 kilovolts to 138 kilovolts. The methodology considers an optimization of the electric system. It is an optimization that takes input data mostly from the electric model. This is how transmission lines are located, location of generators and the demands, also certain indicative expansions. This is also for the expansion plan for transmission done by CISI in the period of 2022 to 2031. And also the forecast of conventional demand together with electromobility demand parameters that we calculated with our methodology. Based on this, the simulation of the electrical system is done, which is basically an optimization problem that minimizes investments through the net present value, both for generation transmission infrastructures, and operational costs. Based on that, we determine the necessary infrastructures for the demand. Our methodology starts by characterizing mobility within the city. In this case, we took actual data for mobility based on surveys from origin to destination. With that, we built a transition matrix between geographical areas of the city. And this is done based on time frames. For each hour of the day, we determine the probability of moving from one point of the city to another. And that is done for all the grids. So it is a problem with the number of grids. Afterwards, Monte Carlo simulations take place. And there is an assumption that says that the commutes have a certain behavior, and the number of simulations have to do with the scenarios being considered. This is mainly which percentage of the vehicle fleet will be electric in the years of the study. With this, a simulation of the movement of each vehicle is made within the city, electrical consumption, and also the wear of the battery based on a model of charging status of the battery or stock type. In this case, we do a balance between each hour of movement of the car, and the status of the battery is determined for each point and where they should be charged. Charging takes place within certain areas or interest points that are more appealing to install future charging stations. Literature and experience tell us that the existing infrastructure should be leveraged. For instance, already existing fuel gas stations, supermarkets, etc. You may have seen certain battery chargers located in malls or other areas. The idea is to leverage the existing infrastructure both in electrical and business terms. With this, we characterize each point of the city. We determine the optimal locations and also how the demand will take place in each one of them. Finally, with the demand characterized in each point of the city, we determine the demand in the electric substations, and this is done through a learning process powered by AI. However, it is a method that optimizes the charging distance. They are charged based on how near they are to the closest electric substation. And you can see here how these ellipses determine the optimal distance for charging with each one of the blue dots that are the charging stations. Now going into the outcomes and the application of the study in San Jose, Costa Rica, we studied the province of San Jose, which is a large area. Here we can see the electric ring of the city. It is approximately 30 substations. And we also studied 3 scenarios, which were the ones that I mentioned before, in terms of which percentage of the vehicle fleet will be electric. We have a pessimistic scenario that considers 10% of the vehicle fleets being electric by 2030 and 50% by 2050. This sensibilities in terms of pessimistic and optimistic scenarios are based on the decarbonization plan of Costa Rica that was implemented some years ago, where certain vehicle electrification goals were set. In the case of decarbonization plan for private transportation, it was proposed to have 30% of the vehicle fleet by 2030 and 55% by 2050. And in the case of public transportation, 30% being electric by 2030 and 85% by 2050. And finally, we have an optimistic scenario, which is a scenario that includes more electromobility with 50% both private and public vehicle fleet being electric by 2030 and 100% by 2050. The results from the simulation determine the behavior of demand. In the chart on the left, you can see aggregated demand, conventional aggregated demand. This is without the electromobility component, and the public and private electromobility demand, which is in green. With this, we can see that there is a matching demand. There are certain times of the day where the maximum demand also matches maximum electrical consumption of electrical vehicles and buses. This is particularly complicated for the networks because it does not only need to adapt itself to energy capacities, but there needs to be a generation that can supply those demands in high maximum demand times. In this scenario, we expect up to 85% of electrical demand to come only from an increase due to electromobility. The 3 simulated scenarios gave us traffic jam results or congestion results, where most of the expansions should be located in the system. These are mostly substations that are in the surroundings of the San Jose province, such as Lindora and La Caja, and also another substation of 138 kilovolts called Sabanilla. The locations of charging stations are also located mostly in the centric area of San Jose that corresponds to the gray area in the screen. These are the touristic sites or the areas with shopping centers. They are highly visited, where most of the parking will take place within the cities, and it would be optimal to have charging stations in those locations to promote culture and tourism, among others. Here we see a simulation and different time frames where you can see how electrical demand is distributed spatially. We see 4 representative times of the day, where you can see that there are certain times, for instance, when people arrive from work to home, where privately owned vehicles are expected to be charged at homes. And there we see a high demand. And with high traffic times, it is not only necessary to expand the networks, but make probably a smarter use or more controlled use of charging through certain incentive mechanisms for demand or through certain timeframes where it can be cheaper to charge your vehicles. And to finish, these are the main outcomes of the study. The 3 scenarios were simulated, and the total costs, both for investment and operation, can be seen in this chart. We see that the optimistic scenario is the most expensive one due to the demand of electromobility. However, the scenario for the decarbonization plan, which is the scenario proposed in Costa Rica, should have an increase of 12.66% in estimated investment. This due mostly to the areas where congestion takes place, and which is what we saw a couple of slides ago. If we also consider the cost of purchasing electrical buses at a competitive price, also informed by authorities, we get an equivalent cost of 0.35% of Costa Rica's annual GDP in percentage terms. With this, we can conclude that it is important to consider the effects of electromobility within the urban network. Many times, planning simplifies the exercise of finding those congestions or expansions, and in this case, we must address them from a more detailed point of view through a more thorough study with more information and a better resolution. In that way, we can find where new investments must be placed or new strategies for control or demand for the charging of electrical vehicles. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ignacio. And now we would like to welcome Mr. Ivan Moral, Regional Secretary of Ministry, from the Ministry of Energy of Chile. Now we will move to the next presentation on the regulatory frameworks for electromobility in the region, in charge of Mr. Heraldo Muñoz, who is joining us online. Now, if he could share his presentation. Hello, Marina. How are you? Can you hear me? Yes, we can, Heraldo. Here I am sharing my presentation.
So let me give you a brief summary of the study on policies and regulatory frameworks to expand electromobility in public transportation in Latin America. This is a study that was looking for best practices, that was part of the objective, best practices global-wise, in order to design regulatory frameworks that were appropriate for the region. And for this, we started by implementing some statistics based basically from the International Energy Agency, where we could see the trend towards the share of clean energies worldwide versus fossil fuels. This is an irreversible trend, but it matches also the stagnant situation of the contaminating energies, mostly coming from fossil fuels, especially up to 2020, where we can see that there's another spike, which is part of the diagnosis that we see during this first stage. Also, when we look at clean energies, if we look at the growth and how it's composed, that green segment that we can see in the first graph, we can clearly see here the growth of electric public transportation, but mostly private vehicles. It grows more, has grown more, and it's only grown 35% in the last 5 years. But what we can see is an electrification of the public transportation, but which goes hand in hand with the data that is a challenge because everything is mostly concentrated in China, Europe, and the United States. These are the areas that concentrate 90% of the investments in electromobility. There's an important short-term situation that allows us to start looking at the regulatory framework. Short-term, well, we have the context of the Ukraine war and all the worldwide energy crisis, which has caused volatility in prices and its inputs. And this creates instabilities in the business models related to electromobility and also to business related to cargo or energy or power generation. On the other hand, in Europe, we can see also a reconversion in order to reduce the dependence on Russia. And all of these things allow us to see some setbacks in the competitiveness of renewable energies, at least last year. And this has implied also some setbacks that can be seen as the recarbonization of some industries in China. But this is very short term, and it also creates some challenges ahead, especially for the region, which is, first of all, there is the challenge to expand the reconversion towards further countries, developing countries. And there are some interesting cases, like the case of India, where we can see some of the practices that they have been implementing. Also, reducing the risk of clean investments. We're going to see that one of the most important partners is private investment. It must be profitable and therefore decreasing the risk and therefore decreasing the volatility for the technological volatility and the useful life of investments, meaning that there is a whole triangle of things that are infected. The risk which impacts volatility in energy plus the technological volatility create risks that are then translated into financial cost, also related or impacted by the regional macroeconomics, especially due to the political volatility. Volatility in lithium and battery market. And there's another important challenge, and that is that regulation must be agile and modern using AI and blockchain, other technologies that allow for the approval of certain environmental impact permits more streamlined, but also without leaving aside safety. And in the book, this is one of the most important things, the main trends worldwide, but also the main challenges in the micro and macro context. And this is the context of the report, which considers the most important elements in order to decide a regulatory framework. And we have identified 5 groups of elements when looking at international practices. We can talk about 3 instruments and 2 large programs that can be seen. So instruments, for example, that are part of this regulatory framework are the tax measures like public investments, tax benefits, also financial instruments like warranties, loans, green certificates, and green bonds, and also some technical standards and regulations for equipment, but also for environmental matters. And on the other hand, we have programs like value chains that promote value chains, which are very important for developed countries, and other programs to promote electromobility, which is what really sustains the system, encouraging the use. So on the one side, it uses some of the fiscal tools in order to guarantee the sustainability and having the environmental and social impact, which is well balanced between cost and benefit. Financial instruments to leverage the profitability, because if not, it's going to depend on some government budget. And the system has got to be leveraged by private investors, which must be supported by the public sector. And therefore, the technical standards, which mostly have to do with the technical safety of passengers, but also the citizens in general. And then on the other hand, then there's programs. And these instruments are used mostly to promote the supply on the one hand to make it more efficient, the supply of electrical public transportation, but also to promote demand so that the system is sustained and approved by the citizens, whether it's directly or indirectly, because it has the political support. So these are going to be very important for me to tell you some of the studies. As we're going to see, we have this color coded pink, purple, and orange. These are the instruments, and the programs are in green and blue. And this is very small, but this is just for you to see some of the main conclusions that we can get after analyzing the main regions in the world that are leading this kind of transition, like Europe, the United States, India, and how these practices are reflected also in the region: Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Chile. And we start with the fiscal policies in pink. On the public policy side, in the case of China, the expansion of infrastructure is part of their economic model. And in the India, we can see in India fiscal tools in order to promote or to stimulate consumption of national vehicles, but also production with a whole set of fiscal and tax benefits. In Latin America, we can see the complaints from part of the businesses to ask for more public infrastructure. That is to say that the state can have a better business environment. As part of the financial measures, we have regulatory of us that is sustainable. That is to say, a good regulatory specific framework that goes hand in hand with the technical, so that the green bonds can be issued. And it considers other leveraging techniques and tools. And regionally, we can see some innovations, but especially there is a deficit. From the technical point of view, the technical tools that we can talk about, all of the developed countries have talked about a solid regulation, which also creates this security, but also the traction for investment. We can see European Union, China, the United States. And regionally, we can see some complaints regarding permits, for example, because the business people have problems with the regulation, just because it takes a lot of time, which makes investment very difficult. Value chain, well, programs, the European Union really stands out with its critical programs for critical materials. How also the inflation law is one of important regulatory framework which guarantees investment, because it considers the critical input in the value chains. We're going to see some inputs and also the training of technical staff, but also tools to promote demand, which is very important, because this is what stimulates demand due to these private bids. Globally, we can see a lot of regulation for the investment of public procurement. Many of the governments in the United States, in Europe, and also the United States have proposed a zero-emission public transportation fleet, and this is important because we're looking at something similar in the region now. From this diagnosis, then we've put together then a summary table. This is the summary table of the most important 5 cities, and in the case of Santiago de Chile, we've also included it here, because these are cases that are leading due to several strategies. Bogota and Santiago, that's why they're in red. And we can see some of the potentials that can be expanded into other cities. These are some conclusions that I want to draw, and I want to leave it up to here because I want to open up some space for debate. Comprehensive and coherent regulatory framework, and it cannot be isolated measures, as we can see in the region where there are some efforts being taken, but not in coordination. It's sometimes even within the country or even within cities that do not have the necessary autonomy to implement measures. So it should be comprehensive and coherent, consistent regulatory framework with long-term objectives. The public investment plan market signals is also important, not only because it creates economies of scale, but also they give signals which addresses the technical and the political risk, and making it more feasible for businesses. Taxes and subsidies, which are playing against us in the region because they're used for access in public transportation, but sometimes in conflict with environmental efficiency. They end up subsidizing, instead of subsidizing or promoting public transportation, it simply fosters the private already established industry which works based on fossil fuels. We need to get these balance so that taxes and subsidies ensure environmental efficiency and accessibility. And for these, not to have such a big burden on some of the fiscal resources of these countries, and so that it doesn't also impact the political agendas, which sometimes vary between one election and the other. Capital markets to encourage private investment must be promoted, which must lower this tax burden, but also with the certainty that public investment and also with fiscal tools, which not only allows for better tax relief, but also it helps the business models and to reduce risk. Because in order to have access to good tax and good condition, technological, political risk must be decreased. And regulatory framework is one way of providing these kind of signals. Then we have the other tools, which is technical regulations. In technical regulations, it's also an important way of creating more investment, because regulations which is sometimes used regionally, not only takes care of the environment, especially where the parts of the center of the city where there's a lot of contamination, because we can also create the environment, which means that if we prioritize the best routes for electromobility, we will be taking care of the environment, and therefore that will have the incentives for profitability and private investment. Also, it is important to oversee the safety of users. This is one of the things that we have been talking about, regulation of battery and battery management. It's important to understand this, but also to consider this when talking about circular economy and innovative business in order to work in workshops, in maintenance and the repair of batteries. It's a whole circular economy industry that opens up, which is quite interesting. We talked about two important programs. Well, the global development have gone hand in hand with value chain development policies, which must be competitive. And this is very important because one of the big complaints that we have from local companies is the access to critical inputs. In fact, the region has quite a large potential. But what the business are asking is a technical training for human capital, sustainable and development of mining to decrease risk. And we know that the region has an important mining potential in order to grow in terms of batteries. It is also important, just to close this loop, that we must boost demand. We must promote the demand of public and corporate procurement for electrical vehicles. The regulation and sometimes the corporate demands can be tools which have shown to be quite powerful. Instead of if the public and private industries choose electrical vehicles for public transportation, it's going to promote this, but also promoting electromobility among the citizens, because not only will it approve the public's approval, but it also will increase demand, and with that profitability in the investment. These are the main conclusions. And I hope that I was brief enough, but clear enough, because it's a very long report that would allow us to be here talking for much, much longer.
Thank you very much, Heraldo. And now we will move on to the discussion by countries. And first of all, we would like to ask Raquel Diaz a question. Considering that Costa Rica already has many studies and has moved ahead in regulation and policies that encourage electromobility, what are the next steps and what are you working on right now for coming years, specifically in public electromobility? Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Marlene. In response to your question, let me say that one of the main obstacles in Costa Rica in terms of the acquisition of electric vehicles is the lack of charging facilities. This is a necessary investment in order to support transition towards a more sustainable uh, service, especially for long distance. We are working on a bill to further the extension of the national charge network. And that contains incentives and promotions for electric transport. It was created in 2018, only authorizes the installation of chargers by electricity providers. And so this law at the time was an important step in Costa Rica to promote electromobility by allowing the installation of charging centers throughout the country. But the installation was not in line with the adoption of electric cars, and to date, the number of fast chargers was barely increased. And the bill was presented in February this year under the encourage the electro charging in facilities for sustainable development, and is still waiting for the legislative commission to discuss it. The bill aims at furthering the extension of the national charging network to support this transition towards electric transport by enabling third parties as providers. The law considers that third-party involvement would further the installation of these facilities, speeding up the infrastructure. Specifically, two articles that must be amended, 31 and 32 of the law. And second, currently Costa Rica has a promotional tariff or flat rate for energy supply, and dedicated to charge centers in order to charge electrobuses. And two possible adaptations. One would be a differentiated tariff in evening time, nighttime, and then the peak time more expensive, and binomial tariff that then considers the change in charging power. The tariff in Costa Rica is about 53 colones, and this implies a reduction of 6.4 in comparison to the earlier one. This seeks to provide a price signal to encourage the introduction of electrobuses and a reduction in emissions, consistent with the aims of the law that promotes incentives and the National Energy Plan, the National Transport Plan, and the Plan for Decarbonization. This process is one part of the efforts by the government to strengthen economic and technical regulation based on public policy, seeking to promote electromobility in public transport and in buses in response to a challenge of moving towards a development that promotes the use of technology change. Thank you very much, Raquel. And now we're very glad that Costa Rica is moving ahead with these obstacles that they've come across in terms of rates, charging points, and we're hoping that this will contribute with the prospective estimates regarding the electric grid and where the charging center should be and so on. So we're very glad. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the CISI project, ADECLAC, especially the technical team who have accompanied us in Costa Rica and that created space to work together with key players in Costa Rica. The event sought to address crucial issues related to electromobility. And so we're very grateful for your engagement. Thank you. Well, that has been a pleasure, and here we are to continue to support you in whatever you need. Following with Costa Rica and also highlighting that, in fact, significant progress has been made in the process of energy transition. This is one of the countries that is ahead in terms of the renewable matrix. And we wanted to ask Randall Suniga, who's the Director of Energy of the Ministry online, Could you tell us what factors have been critical in order to move ahead towards public electromobility? Go ahead, Randall. Well, good afternoon, and first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this event. A special greetings to Marina. I have been for 2 months, we are unable to see her, but here we are at your service as always. Well, the Costa Rican model, since the 1980s, we said that the way that Costa Rica was going to be ruled in terms of energy would be seeking to have energy security based on fuel, first of all. And so for this, we began with a major development towards the storage of fossil fuel. However, this was energy security. And then regarding electricity as such, we wanted to take into account what was happening in the country. And so for this in Costa Rica, most feasible at the time was to produce hydroelectricity plants. And these plants were set up throughout the country. And it was at the start of the year 2000 that we began with wind and solar. Today, the situation has changed enormously, and the impacts of climate change have led us to rethink how we could better make use of our natural resources. And especially, we have a potential of more than 1,000 megas for geothermal and also sun and wind. Biomass is also an interesting alternative in the future. And so the thing is how to establish electromobility and leave aside fossil fuels for transport. Well, the issue is fairly interesting. The first thing, in terms of the actions taken, as Raquel has mentioned them, the bills and the regulation listed associated to this, and public policy associated to electromobility. But today we face a different dilemma: how to develop electromobility considering climate change. And so for this, what's most important is that, first of all, we need to make a more effective transition. We need to find a way of not making a very large investment in the country for electromobility if we could be affected by climate change that might imply a blackout in the grid. And so storing energy is really the next step to be followed. What we need is to be clear on how to develop batteries, how to install batteries in the distribution network, and how to have a storage system for electricity transmission. That is the step that we must take now. And the other important thing to transition towards an electromobility in the public sector is to do this as a business. We've often said that electromobility is seen as an environmental issue, a matter of contributing or supporting all the goals that have set in for the environment, 2030, 2050. But today we have changed our chip a little bit, and we're along the lines that say, how can we tell a private investment or bus owner that they have a company where in Costa Rica all public services are concessioned? And so we're giving them a 7-year concession to develop an entire line of electric buses. How could we not oblige them, but believe in the model? And what we're seeing now is that we must be clear in that, first of all, we need to change the number of years of the concession. Today it's 7 years. They have 7 years for a financial feasibility process, and that's not enough. And so what we need is to change the feasibility to or the 14-year process. So we need to modify our public transport concession laws to 14 years for bus owners that have 100% electric buses in the network. This is very important. The second thing, and this has been taken referring to the Colombian case, having insurance based on indexes with parameters, not based on the fact that the company goes bankrupt. No, that's not the purpose, but an insurance saying that if you reach a risk index established between the insurer and the bus owner, they can collect on the insurance. If, for example, a new pandemic, if the point is reached when a new pandemic could affect the country, and so the parameter insurance could offset the situation so that the bus owner makes the investment without worrying about being harmed. or having better conditions by the bus owners in order to obtain loans in second-tier banks. And Costa Rica has had many international cooperation processes, but for a bus owner to be able to use these funds at that level is not easy. And so the second-tier banking system is one of the methods we're already also juggling. And then another aspect that we're taking into account has to do with a carbon bond market. We are clear as to how the emissions of each bus by year, and we believe that the carbon bonds associated to this could be a way of encouraging this. That is it, Marina. Thank you. Well, thank you, Randall, and thank you for sharing these challenges and specific proposals on how to put into action or implement electromobility, especially regarding turning this into a business model, which is something that we saw when we were there with you, and I think that it will also be mentioned in the last couple of days. And for Costa Rica, changing the concessions from 7 to 14 years and having parameter insurance. And in Colombia, Ana Maria Orozco is here, advisor for the Vice Minister for Energy of Colombia. And here we'd also like to ask you a couple of questions, and then you could share the experience in your country. As already mentioned in regulations, one of the countries that is at the head in terms of electromobility, and therefore we would like you to comment on the main lessons learned with your national strategy for electromobility in Colombia. Go ahead, Ana Maria, and welcome. Well, thank you. And delegates, government representative, greetings from the Minister of Energy, Mines and Energy. And in response to your question, in the context of consultancies in-house, as well as with support by agencies such as ECLAC, we're in a process of drafting a national policy that we have called the National Strategy for the Deployment and Infrastructure for Energy Charge in the context of electromobility. We have several lessons learned in recent months, and especially the last couple of years, where a regulatory issue has gained strength. And in this second phase, so to speak, of the policy, we are now going to implement this. And the government has carried out actions with their own investment in order to further this dilemma of what comes first, the charging facilities or electro buses. And so let's go to the ministry and see the strategy. First, we have a valuable learning that we would like to share, and that is understanding the needs of the people. And in that sense, we are going a bit further, the potential users of electromobility as such, and understand the social and cultural conditions of the country. In developing countries such as Colombia, where you have 6 major regions, and that this is electromobility in Medellin, Huancayo, Barranquilla is different to the Amazon or other region. And so it is this understanding based on the variables, social environmental variables, are related to energy needs. We have analyzed that somehow the impact of electromobility in relation to the possible indexes of multidimensional poverty and energy poverty, which is a very much used indicator to prioritize the impact on territories where we provide not only sustainable transport system, but also sustainable development. We understand that energy initially for areas that lack electricity cover, what we have in play is an enhancer of that economic, social, and cultural development. And since this is a mean of transport, it brings us closer to those opportunities since these populations are vulnerable.
So we have an element here where we understand that it's necessary to make energy democratic and to make its use democratic. electromobility is part of that, of the country's need for energy efficiency. It shouldn't only be for those people who have a high purchasing power that would have these electric vehicles, or where drivers and transportation services are limited because they can't renew their fleet. They need needing a significant investment. So we're generating programs for infrastructure, but also for vehicle purchases, allowing for energy access to productive energy. That is the first learning. We need to actively involve all the stakeholders and allow for energy and electric mobility to be a part of the sustainable development that we need, not only here in Colombia, but also in other countries. Another element that we've considered to develop and promote infrastructure and the electric automobile park is competitiveness. We understand that last year's compass that was published puts us in a trajectory as a country that would allow us to have a certain value chain with the elements that make up all the necessary components, from the smaller connectors and parts to the actual manufacturing of buses, passing through retrofitting, conversion processes, batteries. And what we're doing is we're updating all of these elements so that we can have better incentives for local production, for national production, national industry, to gain space with this new business model that includes all the other energy components, the business of energy, of power. And that, of course, can take different shapes for stakeholders incoming in the business, or some that have been around, the gas stations and others that would like to transition to new energy models, not necessarily electromobility, because this is a context where mobility is the key for decarbonization. However, we are aware here at the ministry that new energies that must also be a part of this transition have to do with other aspects. So we have an agreement to facilitate or enable these energy stations, charging stations, where the proprietors of these gas stations can have not only a provisioning of power, but so that they can also generate power themselves. We have this self-generation project, and we would like to work with the companies, with social or community associations, groups of neighborhoods, neighbor associations can also find ways to generate power. One is the direct use of energy, meaning production, the use of electric transportation, and of course, any surplus we may have from this generation by solar panels, other power plants could also provide energy for the providers, and those tariffs that we have in Colombia that are quite high nowadays could be produced for the final use, derived to the final user, or applied to electric vehicles or communities even. So we're preparing or paving the road for greater heterogeneity in the stakeholders that are able to produce energy, to put this energy to use in the market, maybe not necessarily by direct use, but making it possible to have a more useful use of the energy. And having new markets, new mechanisms will lead us to new regulation, to shortening the time and enable the possibility of having flexible regulation, dynamic, that in time will teach us, because we have made some mistakes with prior projects where we have taken even longer to correct the mistakes that were made, and we have to or modify the regulations. So it is part of what we're doing at a global scale. How can we optimize the use of energy, decarbonize but with electromobility, and improve the energy efficiency?
Muchísimas gracias, Ana María. Muy interesantes aprendizajes.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Very interesting learnings, and we are very much in line with the work that ETAC is doing. It's important to mention some of the things that you stressed, the point of the socioeconomic diversity of the country in terms of access to energy and mobility. That is key for us. Of course, you also mentioned reindustrialization and competitiveness. That is also part of ECLAC's proposals to have greater production or productivity with the value chains in this energy transition. Thank you very much for your comments and learnings. We would like to ask you a more specific question on the joint work that ECLAC is doing with Colombia in electromobility and in modeling the electric vehicle flows to determine the best possible locations of gas stations or charging stations between Bogota and Cali. Could you make comments in this regard? Because these aspects have been critical to determine the results. Thank you. Well, I'd like to greet the entire consulting team that has worked with us in Colombia, the national, international consultants to Project CISI. We've had a significant level of modeling and thinking about strategy for the investors. It's one of the most important things that we've done in this project, especially for decision making. So we understand the community, we understand the problem. Now we have a potential, energy potential that we have in Colombia with a energy generation capacity that is huge in photovoltaic, also water or hydric. And we now need to understand how a power grid can be best used in the coming years. And it depends on how we model the demand. So the modeling exercise that we've carried out has given us specific points or areas, territories throughout one of the most important routes for the country, which is Cali-Bogota. There is a need for investment. There are gas stations waiting to convert part of their space into charging stations. There are some private companies also interested in this. So and they ask, how can we do it? What are the guarantees? What are the legal certainties that you as a ministry or as a country can offer us as investors? So this development, well, part of it is having a route, 400, 700 kilometers, but this route also offers us the details with other very interrelated factors that have to do with these cultural activities, territories with local communities, restaurants, tourism. We have changed the classic vision of, okay, so we're going to put the charging station here and we'll just wait. Now, it's not like that. Now we offer other additional services because we need to have our potential users in area where there are services, where it is safe and they are willing to spend some time during their trip. But we also have a wealth of possibilities in terms of our culture and other aspects related to the specific location, areas where we can potentially develop these charging stations. The potential vehicle flows, they are a fact. These are strategic highways with a certain traffic that has been studied. So there are many business models that perhaps are not sustainable. As another colleague mentioned, they're not sustainable in the short term. So we're trying to generate these additional income models, which would allow us to bring the power or the energy project together and strike a balance, or perhaps learn that we need to include other policies, not necessarily about transport, perhaps tourism or other incentives within the city promoting the routes themselves. So it has been very important to analyze this. We've also looked into a description of these models from the beginning. For us, it was extremely important to understand where we would place these energy stations, the charging stations. It's important for private companies. If there is no return on investment, it's very difficult for them to invest. So we are trying to find a way for when there is an investment to guarantee a minimum vehicle flow, for example, tourism or other services, and on the other hand, the regulation, which is another context, but would generate certainties in terms of the standardization of connectors. We're working on that now, especially for mass transportation, public tenders, and also very much in line with a regulation that would allow for the sale of energy. Today we have a series of restrictions that don't allow for just anyone to carry out all this paperwork. So there is a change, and there needs to be an exchange actually between energy and the users, the investors. So for us to have what Minister Camacho has called the path to change, the first is the national electric path with private investment, having public-private partnerships and investment that will allow us to bridge the gap between Cali and Bogota, but also the myth, or in essence, the belief that we have here that having an electric vehicle will allow me to go from one city to the other. Normally, the answer is no, because there are no charging stations. So then we go with hybrid or internal combustion, because in general in Colombia, most trips are done on highways. So we're trying to change this perception with the implementation of these charging stations and a series of public policies that will allow us to the infrastructure to not simply depend on the government, but also to have reliable mechanisms to receive more private investment and to be able to develop this as envisioned, not only in highways, but also in urban areas. Thank you, Ana Maria. It's a pleasure to accompany you in this process, not only in the technical aspects, but also other aspects such as the communities. Thank you very much. And we'd like to now bring Chile's experience to the group. Chile is one of the countries that is most significant in terms of the number of electric buses, especially in the city of Santiago. So I'd like to offer the floor to Ivan Moran. Perhaps you could share with us the main challenges for the massification of public electric transportation in Chile for the next few years. Thank you, Ivan.
Sí.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation. I believe that it is vital to think about sustainable and smart cities and the importance of electromobility to contribute to those smart and sustainable and inclusive cities. First of all, I would like to say that 7 years ago, approximately, Chile, when visualizing its potential and materializing a certain number of renewable energy projects, apart from it interconnecting its electric grid, saw the opportunity of injecting this into the public system. And the first 2 or 3 buses were tested in the city of Santiago, and now we have approximately 2,500 buses, electrical buses, fully operating in the city, with an important contribution not only to decontamination, but to the quality of life of passengers, drivers, both male and female, with electromobility. And that has created an enormous impact. This year, we are in the bidding process for more than 1,000 buses. So probably next year, Chile will have approximately 50% of its bus fleet with electrical buses in the Santiago metropolitan area. And that makes it the country with the largest fleet in the world after China. It's quite impressive. And as we're also talking about green hydrogen, let's remember that electric buses can be operated with green hydrogen. Currently, we have them operating with lithium batteries, but now we can have them with green hydrogen cells. And apart from that, if we add the fact that Chile, by 2030, 60% of its energy generation comes from renewable energies. So probably Chile, over the last decade, will have a 100% renewable energy matrix. We have a series of storage projects that are doing quite well. This year, the Coya Park was opened in the north of Chile. This is the largest one for storage in Latin America, and it has been working quite well. Up to last year, we have a series of facilities that are injecting solar energy at night. This only makes us think that we will go more in depth with electromobility because we have a transmission system that is also being reinforced. And in Chile, we're currently in the environmental assessment phase with a continuous current project that will bring it from the center of our solar energy generation from Antofagasta up north to Santiago, Pudahuel, with approximately 2 gigas power. What we need to continue working on is the fact that we must demand for buses to be of a low emission technology, either electrical with batteries or electrical with hydrogen in our upcoming bidding processes. We're even trying synthetic fuels in Chile, but in terms of electromobility, we can think about the fact that over the next years, we will have a 100% electrical fleet. In fact, in Chile, in Atacama region, in Copiapó, it was announced that Copiapó was going to be the first city in Latin America having 100% electrical bus fleet. Working together, not only with the Ministry of Energy, we need to associate or partner with universities and other ministries to detect places where we can install terminals, electro terminals, where we need large spaces. And they are very important. We're moving towards that direction. We have clean energy, we have infrastructure. And there's already an acceptance from citizens because citizens see the benefit of electromobility in the cities. Some weeks ago, a study was launched showing the impact of noise in the city. Combustion-operated engines, apart from emitting gases, are quite noisy. And currently, electromobility is contributing to the quality of life in the city, meaning having a not such a noisy city. And people take care of their buses. The same situation happens in our subway. It is a public means of transportation that people appreciate and take care of. And the same thing is happening with buses in this case. Thank you very much. And for us, Chile is a role model regarding electromobility in the region. We wanted to ask a specific question regarding a challenge that other countries have. Can you comment on how electrical charging facilities are being installed, and what are you using to support this infrastructure? The first thing that we need to do before thinking about infrastructure is looking at certain priority sectors. In Chile, we have chosen the central area. Here we have a solid infrastructure from La Serena to Puerto Montt. From La Serena up north, we have desert, we have places with a low population. We need to design charging systems at least every 100 kilometers, not to cut off electromobility. Currently, electromobility in Chile does not require a subsidy from the state. What it requires is clear rules, robustness for the electrical grid. And in the previous presentation, we talked about how by the end of this decade, we hope to have continuous current line from Antofagasta to Santiago to strengthen our electrical transmission system to reach all points. And that is very important. In Chile, we also have a national infrastructure plan for electric charging. And we're working on this with the ministry and the Energy Sustainability Department to continue improving charging points, not only for fast charging, because we need to understand that electromobility needs to change the charging paradigm. With combustion, when you use your vehicle, you need to deviate yourself to a charging point, either a gas station, then get your gas and go back to your destination. With electromobility, that does not happen. We can do this at home before we leave if we have private vehicles, but also in the consolidated world of electromobility, we will have charging points in restaurants, gyms, stadiums, at work. Currently, you see it. When you go to a hotel, you can leave your vehicle charging at that point. Since we have electricity everywhere and we have a robust power grid, the charging infrastructure will take place naturally. In Chile, we have another program called My Electric Taxi that is quite similar to the one implemented on buses. For that, we have a subsidy to promote change. This program intends to have approximately 1,000 taxis converting into electromobility. And that program provides a subsidy to support renewal. When a taxi driver renews their vehicle, we say, use this renewal to switch to an electrical vehicle. Therefore, they obtain a charger as well to install it in their homes. The first results from this program is that taxi drivers realize that the fuel cost represents 20% more approximately compared to what they used to pay before. It's a lot of money. So once you go into that world and you enter those conversations, you do not leave. And in Santiago, in fact, we have approximately 100 or 150 taxis that have joined the program. It is black cabs with a green roof. Traditionally, in Chile, we have the black and yellow combination. They exchange this information via WhatsApp and they see the impact that electromobility has in their own business. The same situation with buses. That's why we have the boom with buses. And it starts becoming very popular. Every time we open up a new bid, people apply intensively. They know that they have the necessary parts. If they reconvert maintenance, as you may have seen over the last days, are lower. The costs are lower. From many parts, from approximately 1,000 parts in a combustion vehicle, we go to approximately 300 parts. So the programs such as the electric taxi have been quite successful. But we need to work a lot in human capital. In Chile, considering all the success that it has had in public transportation, you cannot find a workshop where you can take your electric vehicles for repair or maintenance. That is mostly in charge of the brands. But if we want to move into this, we will need more human capital. And in the metropolitan region, we are writing some plans. We're going to get girls and boys from vocational schools, and we talk to them about green hydrogen, electromobility, and we want to encourage them to study a program associated with these topics. We have done very well. We take boys and girls approximately in high school first to get to know a place where they can get to know how the electromobility and energies programs are conducted. Afterwards, they go to some industries. In the case of electromobility, we bring them to get to know an electrical terminal. As you may know, electromobility has a charging infrastructure that has an entirely different science than the vehicle itself. Electromobility and charging infrastructure needs human capital for maintenance, for using the charging equipment. And on the other hand, driving an electrical vehicle is different from driving a conventional vehicle. You cannot open the hood and put your hand in. It's much more dangerous. So we need human capital for that. And we have a challenge as a country to promote this with a younger population so that they can work on electromobility in the future. Thank you very much, Ivan. That was very interesting. Thank you very much for sharing with us the specific programs that Chile has implemented, the one for taxis and the one that promotes training and human capital for the future. It's very important for this to work. And now we will open the floor for the audience for a Q&A session. I see that there are no doubts. René, please. Quite briefly. I'm sorry, I have a cold, but I will be brief. The work that we have done in the division that Ignacio just mentioned has been interesting because we have obtained requests from certain countries, Costa Rica and Colombia, for instance. And with this project, we have identified certain methodologies to analyze how electromobility can penetrate, as well as green hydrogen and other issues. I wanted to convey the message that currently we have the capacity to identify not only methodologies, but also implement hard computer programs where we can obtain conclusions, where we can reach the countries providing proposals on these issues and others. Therefore, we are always aware of the fact that countries do not only need to invest on identifying methodologies and instruments to arrive to conclusions, as we have done with different countries. We can provide a report or a guideline, and then countries can act on them. This is with Colombia and Costa Rica, but along this phase 1 and 2 of this project, I believe that this division and all divisions at ECLAC, with the work of Jose this morning with the chains, has been something that has strengthened us. I believe that both institutionally within ECLAC and also with the countries, we have built a trust relationship to bring forward many times difficult and complex issues, topics that many times we need to address in silence. And therefore, I believe that these type of projects that are robust, such as the CISI, has allowed us to reach the countries in a better and stronger way.
Buen avance.
Thank you so much. Yes, methodological progress that have helped countries in practice. Yes. Okay, there's a question from Diego, please. Thank you, Marina, and I want to thank all the presenters. Truth be told, I think that this is a good example of the complexity of electromobility. And one way or another here, we've analyzed the different aspects on how to implement an electromobility strategy with everything that it implies. Yet I still have a couple of concerns because you talked about the need for planning the transmission of electrical power. Yet, it's not very clear for us what the management system should be for those management systems. Is it going to be a public offer, a private, semi-public, with concessions? So just as we have moved forward in certain regulation and its implementation, it is also important to consider a possible expansion of electric mobility and what it implies in terms of these whole management systems, even on the soil requirement, because it calls my attention. We have carried out the case of Costa Rica, soils, and the availability. I know that in San Jose there was a map of the central zone of San Jose, which is available. Soil is very scarce. There is a methodology to determine soils that are feasible for public use, but that's only fiscal or public. Is it only going to be used for charging stations? Is that the best use? I think that's an important discussion that needs to take place. And also, not only talk about funding here. There are no subsidies, and maybe we need to question that, because even in the case of Chile, subsidy to public transportation is about $2 billion. And that public transportation is probably provided by internal combustion engine buses, or some are electrical, but there is an important subsidy there, about $2 billion US. And something similar also is what happens in the rest of the region. So how will we be facing this transition for the generation of energy, implementing the systems? That's enough. Some of the concerns that I still have. Would anybody from the panel like to make any comments? Yes, well, thank you for voicing. Regarding the first question on management, yes, there's already a management strategy, at least for public transportation, thinking mostly about the optimization of charging, and not just to concentrate in one time slot as some models propose, which leave the charging time slot only at night when the buses are already parked in the bus terminals. And also based on other previous experiences, and also based on literature from other charging systems, what we have done is optimizing this in order not to create a certain surcharge in the main substations close to the public buses charging stations. Yet for the private buses, this private bus system is a little bit more complicated because it's not such a well-controlled system, and there are several strategies and incentives through power offers where users can manage when to charge the buses based on different fees according to the time of the day, or also according to the availability and the generation of power. So we believe that we do need to move forward towards those kind of network or grid management, but we do still require more investment. Also, more grid management, more control over the whole network, which obviously increases cost. So there's a trade-off between how we can manage the grid, how we can make it more controllable and observable, but at the same time, how do we leave these open so that the networks expand according to demand? Now, along the lines of what Rene was saying, the tool that we use is totally open, and in fact, we have programmed different modules based on scientific papers and also on other softwares and how they manage and control demand. So it's something that is absolutely open, and these are tools that can be used in the countries. It just needs to be fed with data, and the control strategies are also available. Users could end up choosing, or that I'm going to assume that there's a network control, price signals, and that gives us a certain result. It produces a certain level of congestion, but also pressures. Or maybe the network is not controllable, and therefore there is another level of congestion and other different level of investment. There are also other effects that need to be proven, and that may be a little bit more technical, but electrical vehicles could, since it's a battery, they could provide power to the network, like, for example, voltage control, so that they could also receive some payment for being available, but that also requires a centralized control that organizes these, not only when the vehicles are charging, but also when they could be injecting power into the network. So all of these elements that seem to be very interesting, and there's actually quite a lot of research on that, when you take this to reality, it requires a higher level of implementation. It requires more investment. It also requires other types of management and connection with the users of the system. Well, thank you, Ignacio. We have a couple of additional questions. There was one from the audience back there. We have one from Carlos. And then after those two, we will close this conversation. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Suarez, and I'm part of the audience here. I chair a migrants organization, and I've been in Chile for 10 years. I'm originally from Colombia. And I would like to ask the advisor of the Vice Minister of Energy from Colombia, what are the measures that the Colombian government has taken regarding the rationing that we have been seeing for over a year in the Atlantic shoreline? Because there on the coast, there is a rise in the power cost because resources are being increased in order to address these kind of problems, but also why the government of Colombia is not taking the measures of using sustainable energy that's only been seen at CESAR and implementing it in those places where we can see an increase in power in these areas like Barranquilla, Cartagena, and Santa Marta. Thank you, Carlos. You can address this. Yeah, well, we can see the growth demand that we're going to have of electrical power for electromobility. And in parallel, we are discussing distributed energy and how it goes into the network with different points, what the system's going to be like. Diego talked about governance related to electromobility, but there's a whole discussion on distributed energy there. But there's also a demand given the increase in the use of the ICTs. So the question is, are you looking at those combined scenarios? That's for Chile, the question. Yes, thank you, Carlos. As a country, we have lots of energy resources. There's a study from the ministry, I think it dates back from 2021, which already calculated that the potential of renewable power generation, considering solar and wind power with the corresponding regulation, was 77 times the installed capacity. Well, we always talk about 70 times. And that has proven in time that we have the capacity to install not only here in the metropolitan region, we've also approved some other robust large projects for power, solar power generation. We approved one just a couple of days ago in the mountain range area of quite an important amount of megawatts. And the week before that, we approved another one in Steel of about 150 megawatts, the other one 70 megawatts. So we're moving forward. Now, just to have the availability of electrical power and considering all of the challenges, for example, developing the industry, that is to say, not only direct electricity, but also the electricity that we need for the new industry, which is green hydrogen. So I believe that we do have enough capacity. Investment has in capacity has increased. We can see that. We can see the trend investing in Chile to develop these kind of power generating programs. Yet storage is key. When we talk about storage, we only talk about batteries, but we do have upper storage possibilities. In the north of Chile, I think it was PHP who has already announced the first pumper storage project, which will allow us to have renewable energy 24 hours a day, and as in areas that have high energy consumption, like the mining sector. So these are well on the way and are quite robust. So I think it's a very promising, and I think that we're going to have a cleaner grid, more abundant, which will allow us to develop new industries coming from energy, like, for example, green hydrogen. Okay, we have one last question for online, Ana Maria. Thank you for that question. I'm going to briefly answer. Maybe this is a complicated question, and it's probably important for a full debate. But in answering what are the measurements that Colombia has been taking, well, mostly we have mitigations and energy efficiency regarding the use of energy and water. We have several programs that support from the teaching how to educate the population on how to appropriately use these resources, energy and water. This is a national campaign. We've had a lot of press and it has worked well. We also have a substitution programs. Old technologies being substituted by newer technologies, like what we would do with the electrical fleet, more efficient light bulbs, for example, also heaters. We've also got some areas where the use of logwood is being used for heating purposes. We've not been able to substitute that, so we're putting together other mechanisms that allow for better, more efficient use of logwood, and also we have included natural gas or LPG, depending on the characteristics of the population and the kind of coverage that we may have in the territory. We do have the programs of energetic communities, where over 18,000 communities applied. They identified in their territory the possibility, the potential of wind or power self-generated, and we already have one established in La Guajira, which is the territory that you're asking us about, where a neighbors association and with some contributions like the land and some other donations, and we have a power generation station which helps to feed, and we've called that the electromobility for agricultural and productivity sector. But we also have direct carbonization, in this case, from the transportation system. We also have a program which is similar, where we have generation going from water sources. Especially, this is the line of work on electromobility, where we have rainfall, where the main use is fossil fuels, mostly gasoline and diesel, together with additives like oil, and when going into water, are spilled. And aside from these emissions, they create high levels of contamination.
And so, first of all, we have energy self-generation in response to a question that we asked ourselves some time ago, saying, if we have electromobility, how can we do with the energy? And in an association or community setting. So we said public investment in assets, that is turbines of low environmental impact, something that is agreed on with a community. They are given the assets and training, and they're taught to operate and manage and maintain them in a job and productive reconversion plan in areas where today they would depend on hydrocarbons. And so we benefit them not only in terms of the electricity, but also in terms of labor, and it also has the potential of giving them the access, playing it back into the network. And by the end of this year and next, until 2025, we want to do this all along the San Juan River and other affluents where river transport is essential for these communities. And we have a fairly robust technical team, legal people, financial experts, engineers that work structurally on the tariffs. It is a fairly complex issue where that intervenes not only the Ministry of Mining, but also finances and others. And they're doing an analysis of the impact and how all of the mechanisms to fix the tariffs in general. So this is very, very briefly, but let me say that there are many actions being carried out and they're territory-based. It's not the same to be in La Guajira and to be talking about electromobility or in other areas. So we are addressing this for each region hand in hand with local authorities. Very well, thank you very much, Ana Maria, and I thank everyone for this very fruitful dialogue. And now we will move on to closing the event. I will hand over to Mr. Carlos de Miguel, who is Director of the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements and Natural Resources Division of ECLAC. Thank you. I will not get into a overall summary of these 2 days, but yes, I would like to welcome Imgard Maria Fellner. Unfortunately, she has a Maria in her name, so we can pronounce it. And she is the German ambassador to Chile and has a very extensive CV, not only in diplomacy in the region, but around the world, and also much knowledge of political science and philology, Roman, German, and British philology. And these skills are essential for the discussion that we have had in the last 2 days. Because if you think of the discussion, issues of governance, institutional governance, and bringing together different players in order to achieve an objective are essential if we want to move ahead, not only in electromobility, but something that someone mentioned earlier regarding rethinking cities. This is not a matter of one person, but many. And we all speak different languages, and I do not mean this. Few speak Roman, but we speak different languages on account of our different features, our traits. Someone said electromobility goes beyond the environment as such. But one thing that surprised me today is that today is the International Day of the Environment and no one has mentioned it. And so the first thing, yes, it is the environment, but today the environment matters. This is the International Day of the Environment. And we do not think of the long term in adopting the environmental topic, we will not achieve these transformations that we're after. Yesterday, I began with a presentation. I spoke of the gaps, and today we have seen over the last 2 days that electromobility, but above all, thinking of cities for them to be more efficient, more productive, could help us to close that gap between the needs for economic growth, social inclusion, and the specificities. The needs grow differently because to meet the environmental and climate issues, we have to do things differently. There's one thing that I did not mention, and for ECLAC it is essential, and it has to do with institutional capacities, governance, and social dialogue. And that is what we have been trying to do in this workshop, and that we have not only involved different divisions to speak different languages, but also multiple players. And so, based on a project, and thanks to the German cooperation, a project on inclusive, sustainable, and smart cities, we're thinking of how to further an economic sector for this to benefit socially, benefit the service of mobility in the cities, but also linked to important links and with other countries, regions, and value chains. This has been seen from an economic, social, environmental, productive viewpoint, but also we've established relations with other sectors that for ECLAC are essential and that have to do with the energy transformation. And this last panel precisely aimed at that, not only electromobility, what triggers the energy transformation. There are so many other factors as well, and the connection with the critical cores that we have, and also the circular economy, which is a way of doing things differently. That's essential in order to reduce emissions, reduce waste, but also generate material and energy efficiency. And so these 2 days have been of interaction and that have led to a very important agenda, where we have one topic, as I've just mentioned, and where that I believe that we must pay a lot of attention. We have good projections on the demand side, others on the supply side, but in each, we must coordinate policies among actors, social dialogue, capacities for new technologies. All of these have come up constantly. And at ECLAC, the executive secretary has placed an essential pillar or emphasis on one word: how. You say, okay, we're going to do this, but you must do it in a particular way. And our colleague from Brazil previously spoke of energy strategies that aim not just at one thing, but that you have combined strategies and that encompass different possibilities. And so capacities, institutional capacities, prospects, and players with a social dialogue, all of this requires very hard research, because that is what often means that we're unable to make the necessary changes. We have a magnificent economic analysis, but if you need a complex regulatory change, well, your technical or economic analysis is left there to gather dust. And so I believe that in our future agenda, for us, it will be very relevant to begin analyzing all of these different capacities and how they can be engaged to lead to those transformations. And so having said that, I would say that this covers the priorities that I wanted to mention to you. But I would like to thank the ambassador and Manfred, because it is thanks to Germany that they have managed to get all ECLAC divisions to come together and talk about one topic and the multiple nuances and aspects. And this has allowed us to work together along this path that we will continue. In fact, later on, we have another session to which you're all invited to discuss what we will do in future with German cooperation. I would now like to hand over to our dear ambassador for the final concluding words of the event. Go ahead. Yes, this does work, and thank you very much, Director Carlos de Miguel. Dear participants, authorities, Manfred, Hedwig, the Director Kuzo. I am overjoyed to address you on this occasion in person to close this event of the CC project. I've come from Antofagasta, from Exponor, and evidently the context is totally different. And it is precisely talking about these different languages that we speak and how we can understand each other and create bridges. The context is key. We must learn of the context of the other people and the people with whom you are negotiating with. In German, there is an expression of being in the other person's shoes. And this means that you really know the other person's context. Well, first I would like to thank our partners, ECLAC, for enabling this event, and also I would like to express my gratitude to the speakers for their valuable time and knowledge that they've shared. And of course, I'd like to thank all of you for your enthusiasm and participation. Over the last 2 days, you've explored different topics, connection between sustainable mobility, urban development, and the social rights implied in access and use of public transport. We have heard experts and also from experts at ECLAC, and also representatives of the member countries to share their knowledge and experience, an exchange that has resulted in very enriching exchange. We have seen that the implementation of the big push for sustainability in the sphere of urban mobility does have the potential to close economic, social, and environmental gaps in the main cities of Latin America and the Caribbean, in line with what has been put forward by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have witnessed how collaboration among various sectors and disciplines and the exchange of ideas may lead to extraordinary outcomes. I would like to highlight especially the collaboration between the German Institute of Development and Sustainability and IDOS and ECLAC. This cooperation essentially represents one of the added values that may provide an alliance between Germany and ECLAC, building bridges between the two regions. Among the topics worked by ECLAC and IDOS is the potential of the circular economy for the transport sector. Increase in exponential relevance of the circular economy, especially due to its cross-cutting nature in different economic sectors, and this can be seen in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean as well as in Europe. And it is through this that CO2 emissions are reduced, economic growth is driven forward, and new jobs are created. Very important. Circular economy promises more sustainable management in line with European Green Compact. And so I am glad to confirm that the strategic alliance between Germany and ECLAC will continue to work towards the development of the circular economy in the region with a new project that will start in June this year. Through this project that ECLAC will be supporting the member countries for the development of their public policy, proposing instruments that facilitate transition towards the circular economy and providing solutions to value chains and productive clusters that have been selected in the region. My dears, the strategic alliance between ECLAC and Germany is cooperation with a trajectory that goes back more than 40 years and was built, continues to be built through good practices, mutual learning, and much trust. I am certain that the competences and the political commitment of ECLAC and Germany will continue to be complemented with a view to more sustainable policies and transition in the circular economy. Thank you very much, and I wish you every success.
Tenemos ahora algunos
We now have some housekeeping matters. We would like to all take a picture with the ambassador, and then the group picture here in the room. We will then have a coffee break and we'll begin the next session. It is also very important to remember that we will have web streaming during the next session. The video from yesterday's session was seen, or the streaming yesterday was seen from 1,300 people. And I'd like to thank the interpreters and especially all the panelists these 2 days, because without them, no one would follow us. So we will now conclude and go to a group picture. Thank you. Ya. Hola, Tillmann, ¿estás? ¿Bist du da? ¿Hörst du uns?
Señor Medina, Alejandro Morales, lo escuchamos perfectamente.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí,
Muy bien.
ya estamos. Entonces,
Buenas tardes todos.
todavía está vacía la sala, están tomando café, pero ahora empezamos.
Disfruten su café, aquí no hay.
Bueno, muy tarde para café también, me imagino.
Vemos pronto.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Tillmann.
Señor Medina, tiene su cámara bloqueada.
Ahora,
Perfecto, ahí sí. Ya vamos.
¿cómo soy eso?
Muy bien, perfecto.
Ahí.
Bueno, vayamos tomando asiento para comenzar.
Please take your seats to start with the last special session for these 2 days. As you are aware, now we will start a conversation on the new stage of cooperation with the Federal Republic of Germany. The cooperation of ECLAC is through BMC implemented by CISI, and here we have representatives of both entities. And to start this conversation that will conclude the 2 days of work, I will give the floor to Javier Medina, who is the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, who is joining us online. Javier, the floor is yours. Carlos, thank you very much. I'm quite glad with the outcome of this seminar. First of all, I would like to refer to Her Excellency Mrs. Maria Felter, Ambassador of Germany in Chile, the colleagues of the German Cooperation and ECLAC, dear friends and authorities present here today. First of all, on behalf of ECLAC and its Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Palazzat-Sirinac, it is an honor to welcome you to this conversation that we have organized together with the German Cooperation as a space for dialogue on the consolidation of the German strategy partnership and ECLAC to support sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also strengthen the bi-regional dialogue of Europe, Germany, with our region in a challenging world environment. Regarding the strategic partnership between ECLAC and the German cooperation, I would like to thank the ambassador for the cooperation that Germany has channeled in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean for more than 40 years, together with ECLAC. This strategic partnership is highly valuable due to the international experience of the countries that have moved in social economic development and environmental development. And it shows us that it requires national and international cooperation and the participation of all stakeholders, the public sector, the academia, and the private sector, as seen with the results of our joint work. The German cooperation has played a role as a seed capital for the introduction and consolidation of the regional agenda on development and pioneer topics, such as the reforms on the pensions and health system, the inclusion of gender perspective, and public guidelines at the end of the 80s and the 90s. The sustainable use of natural resources in the first decade of the 21st century, and the practical application for the promotion of sustainability. This has been achieved due to a proposal of public policies, technical assistance, and dialogue facilitation between the government, the civil society, the academia, and private entities, both from our region and from Germany and Europe. However, the contribution of Germany goes beyond financial issues. It also takes place in the technical and intergovernmental forums in ECLAC, where they share their own challenges in public policies and institutional arrangements, which has enriched regional dialogue.
Germany is a critical partner for Latin America and the Caribbean in other multilateral agreements, both within the framework of the United Nations as well as the European Union. In this sense, the support from Germany has been very important. In particular, its commitment in the strengthening the dialogue Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I do also have to mention the solutions to the development and the sharing of future visions and capacities. One of the best things in this partnership is trying to overcome barriers towards development, and they become ever more complex, and that's why our activities adjust in order to address these hurdles that come up in time. So the German cooperation has played a key role in Latin America and the Caribbean. I've talked about the 80s and the 90s, but allow me to recall that the historical experience dates back even further. In the 30s, German cooperation in Colombia and other countries allowed for the establishment of normal comprehensive schools, which was important in the education of some of the masters. In the 60s, the transfer of education also helped on teaching science, physics in particular, which has also contributed towards a change in the pedagogical approaches for secondary and tertiary education. Germany was leading in Latin America, but it was nonetheless able to share its capacities with the region. Now, cooperation is not only about managing resources, it's about exchanging visions of the world with different capacities, although there are sometimes lacks of understanding in the paradigm shifts. And this is the reason as to why this cooperation needs to address psychosocial, cultural, and political aspects, even legal aspects in some cases, that create gaps towards development, especially if they affect the understanding of the gaps between the needs and solutions, because that has an impact on the social dialogue in governance for the generation of responses based on institutional effectiveness in different time frames, very short term, short, medium, and long term, and also at different levels, local, subnational, national, and international. So two important anecdotes with these top capacity development that Carlos was referring to, which is always reminded to us by Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinax, who is the executive secretary. Let us not forget that between the technical and the institutional development, we have addressed things like we have done into this seminar. One is the paradigm shift in Bogota. The cooperation with Germany I have known because my father had the possibility of studying in Germany, and my grandfather also participated in these schools that were established in Colombia through the German cooperation. But by the end of the 50s, when my father had the possibility of sailing to Europe on a steamboat, he was with an engineer who was just about part of the first mission, who studied the possibility of establishing the subway in Bogota, and it became a reality only a few decades afterwards. I'm talking about the shift in paradigms, which also had created certain conditions, and sometimes these differences in time take a little bit of time between the moment when they are actually mentioned and then when they're actually implemented. And then the other anecdote is when we were in the process of creating a technological center through the automotive industry, and the flagship project was on sustainable mobility, which had to do with different auto parts manufacturing for the creation of electrical buses. And that electrical bus was put into work, and we had an enormous lag in terms of the legal aspects, because the bus could not go out on the streets because we had regulatory issues, because the authorities were asking us for the gas emission certificate, and this electrical vehicle obviously could not issue one. So that is to say, it came in too early. Technology was much faster than regulation, and then regulation needed to adapt to technology. So the development processes require these intellectual, technological, operating, political, and prospective forward-looking capacities in order to address these differences in time. Now, I have been mentioning this because the present and future cooperation is already a dynamic of conversion between us and Germany, which has taken us to the fact that in October last year, during our two-year consultations, we agreed to increase significantly the cooperation for the coming years and trying to focus on developing efforts to address the challenges for a fair development through a sustainable, resilient, equitable model for these structural global changes like climate change or other shocks like the impact of geopolitical crisis in the international scenario or the health emergencies. The changing resources allowed us to expand our portfolio to 5 projects, 4 of which are already in the final planning stage. These projects will address the challenges of economic and social transformation, with the circular economy, the digital transition, the economy of care, but also the taking advantage of strategic minerals within the region in order to develop a solid linkage in the production area and to improve our insertion in world economy. So, as you can see, we are contributing towards a social, productive, and digital transformation, trying to create an important sustained growth, which is an important condition in order to transform the development model in the region, as our Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar Sinax, has mentioned. In conclusion, dear colleagues, my invitation today is to reflect together on how we can better take advantage of the synergies that our strategic alliance creates. This is a task that we undoubtedly have to permanently take on as we move forward towards the implementation of our projects. So in this sense, it is critical that we can continue in sharing resources, but also visions of future capacities and values. This for us to make sure that this continuous learning process can smoothen the differences between capacities and values so that we can accelerate exchange processes that can allow us to address as cultural, psychosocial, political, and legal aspects that are oftentimes considered as hurdles for the development. So I hope that that has been clearly depicted in my personal anecdotes. We thank then the German cooperation for the possibilities of moving forward in some of these strategic topics in the region, and hopefully we'll be able to continue moving forward together, giving room for conversation, but also for a convergence that has been so fruitful and positive for every one of us. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Javier. Thank you for being with us online. I would like to now give the floor to the Ambassador Fellner for her to give us some of the opening remarks. Well, thank you, Mr. Carlos. Javier Medina's Deputy Executive Secretary, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this interesting intervention. And it is a pleasure for me to finish these conversations of this project called CISI, Inclusive, Sustainable and Smart Societies, now with a forward-looking view and with a cooperation between ICLAC and Germany. I would like to start then by acknowledging our counterparts in this cooperation. I want to thank ICLAC here for the fruitful cooperation that started already back in the 80s through the strategic partnership, GIZ, BMC, ICLAC. This is a cooperation that continues to consolidate and which brings us together to address some of the key topics and challenges for the future of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also for Germany and Europe. In the current geopolitical context, Germany and the European Union have a larger interest in the cooperation with this region. And this interest includes the creation and consolidation of economic ties, for example, around renewable energies or strategic materials like lithium. Cooperation in this strategic partnership between ECLAC, PMZ, and GIC has several and important projects on just transformation, digital transformation, circular economy, the society of care, and strategic management. And it also has new cooperation formats for political dialogues and for a triangular conversation on foreign politics and the cooperation with feminists. This partnership has grown, finding support in the summoning possibility that ICLAC creates, but also promoted by the innovation created by the projects from ICLAC, for example, through the exchange between think tanks and institutions from both regions. During the presentation of the document on the position of Latin America and the Caribbean in July last year, the Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Svenja Schulster, said that promoting and expanding our partnership with Latin America is a logical step for Germany, especially in the context of a new international multipolar context. We know to what extent we depend one on another. Without the countries of Latin America, we do not have any hope to address global challenges. It is now a good moment to begin a new chapter in this partnership. So this alliance, this strategic partnership will continue its successful pathway because it reflects the solid agreement between the main partners, Germany and the CLAC, on the importance of having platforms for multilateral dialogue and consensus mechanisms at the regional level, both in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as in Europe. The strategic partnership with ECLAC is a key factor in this new chapter in the relationship between Germany and ECLAC in Latin America and the Caribbean. The objectives will continue being an expression of the joint effort in order to nurture the regional technical common learnings. In this sense, the dialogue will debate about the new stage in this cooperation, building on the foundations that have already been achieved. And this is the moment, difficult moment, for all of us. And allow me then to take advantage of the situation to acknowledge the support of one person who has been key in building together these ties and this work relationship. I'm talking about Manfred Herwig, who is a hero for me, who will soon retire in his position as a cluster coordinator leading the GIC and the strategic alliance with ICLAC. Since he arrived to Chile in 2017, he worked decisively in really taking advantage of this shared vision between Germany and ICLAC, and together with his team and his counterparts, he and his team have been able to translate these values that are shared into concrete projects in innovative proposals for collaboration between the two partners. Through this work, he has made significant contributions in the development of the private sector, production, promotion, and vocational education. Yet his experience and his contribution goes beyond topics and continents. Ghana, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Peru, India, and lastly, Chile and the regional cooperation with ICLAC.
He has strategically used the wealth of his tremendous experience in order to advise and empower his collaborators and innumerable and fruitful links with our cooperation partners. Transparency, trust are attributes that can be rescued by all institutions and people who've had the pleasure to cooperate with him. Innovation and an innate ability to interpret what many call the Zeitgeist in German or in Spanish, the spirit of the moment we live, and translate it for others. This is a very important collection of virtues that highlight his style of leadership. This skill has been effectively used to identify themes and discussions that are relevant in Germany and lay bridges towards discussions and the reality in Latin America and Caribbean. He is a creator, a builder of bridges par excellence, as the French say. Lastly, Manfred Kevy, with his commitment and tireless but serene style of management, has known how to make the most of moments of adversity, turning them into opportunities to continue to affirming and developing cooperation between ECLAC and Germany. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your great contribution and valuable commitment, and wish you every success in your new plans for this new stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you for a big round of applause in his honor and recognition for Manfred's trajectory. I would also, lastly, like to take this opportunity to give a warm welcome to Manfred Hebrig's successor, Barbara Schulz, who very soon will join as a cluster coordinator and has especially traveled to be part of this event. Our best wishes to you, Barbara Schulz. And I wish you an excellent conversation. Certain that here we will exchange further ideas that will allow us to continue deepening our joint work for inclusive and sustainable development in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And as I'm sure you realize, this session, in addition to the substantive topics and discussion of future cooperation, has a more personal nuance to it, since our dear Manfred is leaving us. Oh, well, distancing him from our facilities, but helping us from other fields. And so I would also welcome, I don't know if you could call her his replacement, but a new friend, German cooperation at ECLAC. The problem with German cooperation is as soon as we learn the names, they leave and they bring in someone else. So we will have to have new ways of identifying and pronouncing the names. But the truth is that our colleagues from CISI and previously PTZ, when we were all much younger, they've always had the ability to work substantively, but also to forge human relationships that are worthy of admiration, and this definitely strengthens our cooperation. Before beginning the next panel, this is a dialogue with Manfred and Gerardo, whom you know well, and I will introduce, but I would also first like to mention some data that maybe are not known about German cooperation. I'm sure you recall in Rio 92, time has passed, more time than actually Manfred was been working here, but there was an agreement to reach 0.7 in GDP as official aid for development. I think this is a goal 17.2 from the SDG agenda. At the moment, there are very few countries around the world that do it, and Germany is one. So when we speak of German cooperation, we're talking about a country that is committed to aid for development around the world and also in Latin America. The other day, we were talking with Manfred and Gerardo and whether German cooperation had increased or decreased. And so I started to look at the figures of German cooperation in Latin America. And to begin with, he's the second aid cooperator around the world in amounts. But there was a time when German cooperation in Latin America declined. As a result of probably the Johannesburg summit, we focused more on the agenda towards Africa and other countries that had greater needs. But from then on, German cooperation has been on the rise markedly in the world and Latin America. It represents today 14% of cooperation to the region, and although in proportional terms, Latin America is losing a little share, nevertheless, for Latin America, this cooperation is essential, and for ECLAC, it is essential to have this cooperation by Germany. And probably it has always been in first and second place among the aid givers, but I'm sure Germany will give us the data. I would also like to highlight the themes where German cooperation has supported us. I reached ECLAC, and they were one of the aid givers in relation to the environment. This has been essential in environmental theme when others thought that this was not going to be the theme of the future, but Germany stayed fast. And I've been at ECLAC for about 20 years, not as many as Manfred around the world, but nevertheless, German cooperation has supported EPES, SDGs, MDGs in relation to planning in Latin America and the Caribbean, agricultural development in many countries, mainly in Central America. And when we did the climate change economy studies, Germany was one of the partners in the years 2000. And of course, this has been on the rise in terms of participation and projects with ECLAC directly, with the programs, in fact, the CISI that we have mentioned, but also we have another very relevant program on measure, but also as a partner and ally with Euroclima and EU projects in Latin America, which is one of the other main donors. And so therefore, Germany really is a source of support for the region, and that must be recognized every day, and we're hoping that will continue. And now I will begin by introducing Manfred. He's an agricultural engineer, and that is why he knew too much about our things and asked us all difficult questions. But he's worked in many other fields. He knows the region very well. And not only the region, because he has worked in other regions of the planet as well. And we will have a dialogue with him and Gerardo, whom you all know. He's also been at ECLAC for some years, and he is in charge of the area of budget projects and knows very well how cooperation has evolved here. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. The first of two is, how have you seen that German cooperation with ECLAC has evolved, built, and growing? And also, how do you see the future cooperation of German with ECLAC, thinking that the situation is different now, and probably in coming years will be so also? The ambassador spoke of geopolitical tensions. This is a topic. Economic restrictions are another topic in Europe, even in Germany. And so therefore, this construction of the past, I would like to hear how it was between the two of you, and also what is the outlook for the future. So Manfred, I would like to hand over to you first. Please go ahead. Well, thank you very much. I thank you sincerely. You have anticipated the words of later on, and I too will anticipate my thanks by saying that what we achieved, we did so together. And what I was also going to say later is that to achieve what we did achieve, you did not need heroes. But what was needed was a good aim and teamwork. And these are the things that have worked. And also, I thank the executive, the AI Executive Secretary, Ana Medina. And as you have said, Gerardo and I are the dynamic duo in relation to cooperation dynamics, like Batman and Robin. And I'm not going to discuss here who's Batman and who's Robin, but well, the roles change. And so these are, of course, personal opinions and experiences. Well, and then as to the setting where we work, perhaps 3 words. You've already mentioned the geopolitical situation. That goes back decades, but it is manifest right now. And also pre and post pandemic, how the pandemic began and then it went to the States. And after the pandemic, the weight went towards the private sector because the coffers were, so to speak, empty. And then the context in Europe as well, in the sense that in Europe, I believe that we realize that it is only together that we have a serious place in the world, not as individual countries, and that they themselves are challenging the status quo of cooperation, nationalism, and we are under observation what we're doing. And so it is in that context that we discover Latin America. For you, that is a matter of humor, but now we're back, as you can see, although we were away for a couple of decades. This means that we have the political support and we have the opportunity to make a contribution to cooperation between our two regions. And in that sense, there too, this has grown not only in quantitative terms, but above all in qualitative terms, cooperation with ECLEC. And there I would say that one very important part is that from a donor-receptor relation, we move towards a working together for the benefit of both regions. And with that, I pass the ball to Gerardo. Thank you, my dear. Well, to add to what Manfred has just said, it is in that challenging global setting for development in the last few decades where the pace has increased dizzyingly in recent years. And Latin America, since it is a region of middle-income countries, has had additional difficulties to take part in the flows of aid. And so the alliance that we have built with Manfred and Co., Germany through Manfred, is so relevant because it is in that very challenging setting we have been able to consolidate an alliance that, quite openly and without exaggerating, has a strategic dimension, not only on account of the volume, but, as Manfred said, also on account of its impact on sustainable development in the region. And I would like to underscore what I'm going to say now, the contribution that this strategic alliance makes to dialogue between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean. That is vital. We must recognize it.
Junto con España, Alemania.
Together with Spain and Germany, it is the motor of the EU settlement with Latin America and the Caribbean. So in this complex scenario, we were able in the midst of the pandemic. The name of the game is Carpe Diem. We need to take advantage of opportunities, and Manfred is always looking for these opportunities, the partnership. So we benefit from the political decision of the German parliament to provide a significant amount of resources for the project during the pandemic. And we were able to design in a timely fashion during the pandemic the project for recovery of this post-COVID transformation. And this implied a doubling of the traditional amount of the past years of our cooperation. You may recall that until before the pandemic, we had a main module, as our German friends call it, and some other activities, but the transformation project doubled. And it not only doubled, but it had a huge impact on the problem that we are facing now with the pandemic. As the executive secretary mentioned, these have been difficult months, and in these biennial consultations, last one was in October last year, Carlos participated, Manfred as well, we agreed, Germany and ECLAC, to significantly increase our cooperation in the next few years, but also to address with 5 new projects the challenges of the different transitions that are of the essence to accelerate sustained growth in Latin America. And this transition should not only be done in Latin America and the Caribbean, but it must also be done in Europe and other countries. So these are 2 parts that we are working on in 2 directions. Thank you, but I have more questions. Manfred, since you're leaving, you have a little more leeway. I would like to know, and of course I would like to supplement what Gerardo said. You've worked a lot with ECLAC, and there's some room for improvement. I would like for you to offer us some suggestions in terms of opportunities that we could take advantage of and that perhaps we haven't because we've been busy otherwise, but perhaps you can offer us some words of encouragement. You have nothing to lose. When I began, you were talking about a strategic partnership, and it was kind of like a shoe size 49 and the foot was 39. It grew at the time, and only in the last 3 to 4 years, it would seem that the foot is finally the size of the shoe, and it deserves the title. I think we need to do more in that way. We need to do more to involve the German side more substantially, and it is a challenge. As we were saying, when you talk about feminist policy, foreign policy development, we need to achieve it. It's something that Germany is participating in substantially in these discussions, and it's a challenge on our side. The other thing is that, cough makes poison. I think someone said this. And with CISI, we have to understand how complex the world can be and how complex it is or difficult it is to make something people can understand out of this complex world. Analyzing a complex situation does not mean that the situation needs to be complicated. It can be simple, but it takes work. And this work is a challenge for bureaucratic organizations, and both parties work in these bureaucratic organizations, and to challenge these organizations, you have to do it at a dose that can be borne by the victims. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So we were finding or looking at how far we could go in a productive manner until it's not productive anymore. So is it worth analyzing? It's worth analyzing these experiences because you can have flow charts and everything, but it's a challenge. In part, it is organizational, in part, it's methodological, but we can work on that. So it's more political on the German side, and there's more active participation. We've had cases in Costa Rica. But we need more of these things, or we need it for feminist policies, for example. So that is new for us too. How do we arrive at this? I'll leave it at that for now. I think that the most important learning experience has been how both parties have become aware of the magnitude of the contribution that we can make together, working together. That's very important. The conviction that working together, we can create a huge impact. The potential is there. It's not as simple as identifying it and knowing, but you need to take advantage of it. And regarding what Manfred said of mobilizing more participation by substantive participation by Germany and our work, that's very important. So every time we take more advantage of this enormous expertise that we find in Germany, both at the CISI, which is a global organization, but there is also expertise of practitioners in the federal government of Germany that can make a significant contribution greater than what we can make here, and also between the European Union and Latin America. And all this expertise in that we find in the academic world, we've developed cooperation with other institutions, like the German Institute for International Relations for Security. And sustainable development is extremely important for the world. We've also discovered new partners, which is the Ibero-American Institute. It is an institute that has a huge expertise and also quite prestigious in the academic world in Europe. That is also very important, and they're highly committed to the dialogue in Europe. So we need to take advantage of this Another thing I'd like to mention is that as we get to know each other mutually, the regional dimension of development that has been so difficult for the commissions of the UN has to be adequately taken into account and appreciated within the UN system. But the BBC discovered how important the regional dimension is for development. And this is reflected in the inclusion of this dimension in the position document of the BBC for Latin America and the Caribbean, which was launched just before the ULAC summit. So this is the result of getting to know each other and appreciating what we're doing. There is still a lot to do. We have discovered the beauty and the importance of governance that needs to be developed. We are very different. And we need to grow together. And if we find a way in which this works and we can complement each other, it's important. Both sides need to be willing to learn something. And this includes a whole system. And it has to do with the perspective of Latin America and the formulation of these policies. And this is a region with 40 years of the Conference of Women, and they said yes. So when I arrived, it couldn't really be said that this would be part of a project, but today it is part of the project. So that's important. And, you know, you have to walk the talk. But Team Europe and Team Germany it's, again, like the shoe. You need your foot to grow to fit the shoes. There's a lot of joint work to be done there. Two comments. In fact, the German cooperation with its experience in technical networks is extremely important. But, for example, there is MINSA's project where we've worked with geological services, the German one even, which is key. It is a type of experience that we would like to look at. And another thing that Germany could support us with is that both ECLAC and the GDC work a lot with their executives and to get to know the region, the influence Germany may have on the European Parliament to support through the discussions of certain guidelines in the region would also support us very much. So that is some pending homework for the ambassador and Manfred.
Not only in the Parliament, because once we're putting our feet in the water with Team Europe, we realize that the agencies of the different countries have a different approach on cooperation. And there's a lot to discuss with our colleagues in Europe. And the last brief question, we spoke about Batman and Robin before going into the bad guys of the movie. The last question for Manfred and Gerardo has to do with future scenarios. We have talked previously about prospective capacities. So could you please give us a future scenario of this marriage? Will we reach another anniversary? How do you see it? Last week, I just realized that my team has an Excel spreadsheet with all of my sayings, and some are even highlighted. We are the tail, but we're missing the dog. I believe I mentioned this once. We have small projects and we have great visions, and it will not work if on the European or German side there isn't political willness that is strategically articulated, saying we have a raw material strategy or for cooperation with Latin America, and you are our instrument, because that's who we are. We're not the dog. And having said that, we have an enormous opportunity ahead with green hydrogen, with strategic minerals. We can come out of the development projects corner and say, here we have it. What you need to be able to talk to that region in a systematic way on how both sides can obtain benefits. Because what you want here is development, not only exporting raw materials. And maybe that can happen through cooperation with Europe, and we can be instrumental for that purpose. Given all the previous interventions, I believe that it is clear that our strategic partnership is at a very good point. And it is the responsibility of all of us, Germany, ECLAC, the counterparts in the region, to leverage that opportunity mentioned. It is a great responsibility because time and resources are quite scarce for development and cooperation, especially for Latin America and the Caribbean. We are lucky because our projects were signed some weeks before the Constitutional Court, when the Constitutional Court of Germany made the government significantly restrict its budget. And therefore, we have a great responsibility. We do. And it depends on each one of us. Regarding Team Europe, Germany and ECLAC, as it is evident, have built the necessary trust to continue pushing and facilitating that approach between Europe and Latin America. And it is a challenge because it is not enough for both parties to be committed. We also need a considerable dose of persistence, resilience, and patience. But that is where we are headed. And we need to see the way to leverage the work with Team Europe. It's quite difficult, but we can do it. And we have to do it. Excellent. Thank you both. And now I will give the floor to our speakers. We have Lucia Oscuro, who is currently in charge of the division because our director is currently traveling. So she is in charge of the gender issues division. And that is one of the topics where the German cooperation will grow over the next years. Many countries in Latin America have a feminist foreign policy, and there is cooperation because there are many needs in that area. Lucia is an example of one of the possible areas of growth with German cooperation. The floor is yours. Thank you, Carlos. Good afternoon to all of you. Mrs. Ambassador Maria Ferner. We will just say Maria, as Carlos said, because that's the name of most women in Latin America. With Lina Kuster, who we had the pleasure of welcoming a couple of years ago, and Manfred and our colleagues from the GIC office and ECLAC. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm bringing the greetings of the Director of Gender Affairs, who is currently in Geneva, bringing up some of the topics that we have worked on over the last years in cooperation projects, because as you may know, the ILO is currently discussing with a three-party roundtable the economy of care. And it is a very important topic because it is one of the three projects that we're moving forward. I'm quite young, but I have been part of ECLAC for some years now. This discussion panel is tempting to become an anecdote exchange instance. In December, we received Manfred and we said goodbye to Jürgen, our colleague that coordinated the office previously. And as such, I have several examples of sharing this day-to-day life with GIC, not only our substantial life, where we have several anecdotes in meetings in buildings that do not exist anymore. The first CISI, where we didn't understand what the project was going to be about, it started in the North building that we don't have anymore. But more than talking and remembering anecdotes and the different challenges that we overcame in terms of reforms for one or other institution, GIC, the incorporation of BMC, the different ways of bureaucracy and organization that have taken place among these two institutions make us change our way of work. At some point, we had a series of projects that we needed to execute from Germany. I remember that back then, we had to work on women's employment with an organization in Germany. And I was so afraid because I couldn't speak in German. But someone said, do not worry, there is a technical team that knows Latin America very well. So it was quite a challenge back then because there weren't any Zoom meetings at the time. And we weren't used to this long distance work that we do right now when we work with any area in the world. We had to do some conference calls over the phone, and we moved towards an innovative type of work. With this, I would like to let you know what we see moving forward. First of all, I will start with this project on the economy of care. This is a project that will start in the upcoming months and that has a couple of important milestones for interregional dialogue between Latin America and Germany that will take place in the Academic Forum in Mexico at the end of August, for instance. In fact, this is a project that talks about the accumulated of the link of GIC and Germany and technical aspects. When we start working on women's employment, when we had projects related to making women part of digitization or innovative areas where they were employed and trained, and what could happen in Latin America to increase the employment of women in these new areas. A project that accumulates on the conceptualization of care that ECLAC does and that the member states approve in different conferences. And as Manfred was saying, with 45 years of history of governments getting together. This is a project that has a strong component in terms of installing capacities in the region to combine it with technical and political dialogue, where we will hear the experiences of Germany with long-term care, where we will be able to interact with technicians on social protection, with academicians on economy of care in Germany, but also listening to the processes that are taking place in the region. And ECLAC is supporting countries such as Colombia, Chile, and Mexico, where the next regional conference will take place and where Manfred said there will be a strong presence from Germany. That clearly is a project of more than 2 years, where I would say a lot of accumulated knowledge and history is consolidated not only from ECLAC, but from these different cooperation instances. And the second point has to do with what Manfred said, gender perspective approach and equality in international cooperation for development. There we have a second project where we have worked closely with Manfred, with a team of consultants from the region and Germany, to see the evolution of the cooperation to incorporate gender perspective, which is fundamental for us that work on the 2030 agenda to attain sustainable development. That project, in fact, is the one that allows internally as an international organization and as cooperation for Germany to look at the state of the art of what is happening with this cooperation for development in our region to incorporate gender perspective. And third, I believe that there is a very interesting innovation seed with the project of feminist foreign policy. We are leading. This project places Latin America and also gives the possibility of Germany to visualize the importance of these political statements in the regional dialogue. They have been relatively new political statements. From a historical point of view, the Nordic countries have been the leaders in this, first in the context of Europe, now in Latin America. In Latin America, we're talking about no time, 1 or 2 years, which are absolutely recent statements in terms of the willingness of governments to declare a feminist foreign policy. And this needs to be filled with content. This is absolutely innovative, and it has the challenge of filling it with content. And this implies that in Latin America, there are countries that decided to move forward with foreign policy. And for Germany, there is a debate on what it implies for Germany and Europe to have a feminist foreign policy, and as well accompanying Latin America. This will not refer to electric buses or using non-fossil fuel, but this has to do with innovation in terms of dialogue. And this area where clearly the participation of women and the type of policies that the countries are moving forward in terms of equality becomes vital. Also, to be integrated in the production of electric buses and sustainable mining, in all the topics that we have addressed during the years of the project and over this 1.5 days of sessions.
So, in terms of the projection here forward for the project, obviously these thrive in terms of volume in the cooperation, but also the approach and the closeness between the Gender Affairs Division, ECLAC, and the GIZ team would have been possible, like others have already mentioned. It would not have been possible without the professionalism and without the warmth offered by Manfred. Now, I want to close by saying that we totally share the words of the ambassador, and I would like to also add in our gratitude towards Manfred that not only his generosity, his experience, I personally got to know him. He has told us about what he has done in different countries in the world, but also what he has learned from El Salvador. I remember some of these anecdotes at different countries in the region, but always with a very generous and human position, extremely professional. when we need to design the projects, and he takes his blackboard and he tells us where we can scribble, and then he bought an even larger one to make even more complex schemes, and then we needed to translate that into simple projects or a complicated Excels, but would that work could be translated into something that was understandable by everyone. So not only his professionalism, but also his warmth, and I would have to say his humbleness, which is one of the values that the Secretary General has been promoting strongly. As international workers, as international cooperation officers, we must reflect and come back to this position of humility, to share knowledge, to support the technical and political dialogue movements. And no, none of us in this room, or at least most of us in these years, we've drunk a cup of coffee with Manfred, and he's talked about his technical expertise and some personal aspects too, which has helped us to build these strong ties and bonds. Having these conversations over coffee, these daily warmth that Manfred puts into our conversations, make these projects flow, even if there are a zillion Excel sheets in between and formalities that we need to comply with and to fill rigorously. Dialogue from the human and technical perspective has been in these years extremely productive, pleasant, and has allowed us to grow in the way that we have grown in terms of cooperation, to go in more depth, as we have done, for example, in the work on gender equality, not only between ECLAC, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Germany, but also inwards. Carlos was saying in his closing remarks that oftentimes this has given us some lessons that we apply inwards because the gender perspective is absolutely necessary. And it was so for Germany, and therefore it needed to be so for us if we were presenting a project to work between our countries so that we could actually get there with the best, in the best possible state to the member states. I would like to leave it here, and I would like to greet the ambassador, the regional director, and we will hug Manfred. I'm sure that this is not a goodbye. We will see him along our halls in the coming months, and I want to welcome Barbara, who I already met during the coffee break, and I'm sure that we will be able to share, to talk, to listen to what she has to propose, and also to excite her with some of the things that are coming ahead so that we can continue working between ECLAC and GIZ. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Lucía.
Thank you, Lucia. And now, well, we've talked about technical cooperation and not only financial cooperation between the partners. We now have remotely Tilman Altenberg. He is precisely of EDOS. He's their director. And we have been in collaboration with them for several projects, and this is always one of the possibilities for further expansion in this cooperation. So Tilman, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I know it's late where you are, so thank you for your effort. Yes, good afternoon. I hope that you can hear me well. It is a pleasure to be here with you, and it's an honor for me, because this is a very special event. We are celebrating the closing of a very successful phase, a cooperation between ECLAC and Germany within the framework of the CISI project for inclusive, sustainable, and smart cities. And it has been for me and for IDOS a pleasure to be able to cooperate in this project. And I would also like to take advantage of the moment in order to congratulate each and every single one of us, of the people who have participated and who have contributed in this project, Gerardo and others in ECLAC, also from GIZ. And I would like to mention Manfred, and it's an honor for me to be here in his farewell. and I would like to say a little bit further in that regard. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Executive Deputy Secretary, Ambassador Fellner, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, because many of us have already become colleagues after having had so many years of cooperation, and we are close partners in many, many senses. So I would like to precisely talk about this, the fact that we are similar partners. And you will see then that I'm here to truly celebrate, as many of you already have. The cooperation between ICLAC and Germany has a long history. In my institute, which in the past was called the German Development Institute, when I joined this institute, which is over 25 years ago, or maybe even more than that, back in the 90s, there was already a strong cooperation with ICLAC. My colleagues, Klaus, SI, and others, developed the concept of systemic competitiveness, and it was published in the CEPAL journal, and we had many ties back then. When we said goodbye to Klaus as the director of the department back then, I took over, and we also published a book which is called Competitive Latin America, with different authors from ICLAC and from other countries, from Germany and other countries. And this was, if I recall well, back in 2002, in the same year of Rio, which was already mentioned, where we were also part of a panel, and I think it was Alicia Bárcena who was there back then, and we had these very strong cooperative years, and now with Jose Luis Salazar, since the 80s in Costa Rica up to the moment when he was in the ILO, and now with the ICLAC, Jose Luis Samaniego, all of this has been constantly ongoing. So, as you know, IDOS, or the former institute, the German Institute for Development, is the think tank in GIC and very close to the GNZ also. And where there was a discussion on strategic cooperation, I remember it was based, or it was founded on the basis of a personal friendship between Alicia Bárcena and the leader of the GMC. And back then we talked to the BMZ on the different ways of cooperating between Latin America and Germany. And until we reached those agreements, the German approach was focused on small projects in Honduras, in El Salvador, and in the northeast of Brazil. And we discussed back then that a strategic cooperation in a geopolitical phase would have to be with the large countries like Brazil, like Mexico, but also with the international agencies like ICLAC, like the IDB, and we turned this cooperation into something more modern. Now, leaving aside the small technical projects, by making these a more political, high-level cooperation, and also through key organizations like ICLAC. And ICLAC has always been considered a partner, a similar partner. In our institute, in the last 10 or 12 years, we have been having joint projects on the 4.0 industry, on green policies, inclusive society, circular economy, etc., etc. And it's always been quite a fruitful cooperation. And I have said that ICLAC has always been a similar partner for Germany, for GMZ. What does that exactly mean? Well, I believe that we are currently living in a world that has changed. From the moment that we started with our cooperation up to now, the world has changed quite a lot in many different aspects. We have a global environmental crisis. Climate change was not a topic 20 years ago, but it's a key topic now. In the last 5 to 10 years, we've got an important increase in the geopolitical tensions between China, the United States, Europe, and a global governance which is a lot more difficult than it was in the past. And we have an increase of populism. We have a critical attack to democratic systems in many parts of the world, including Germany and other countries in Europe as well as in Latin America. So what are we going then to do in this cooperation in the future? I believe that this is the question that we have been asked. So this obviously needs to keep in mind that this is different world is the one we live in, and we need to start from the fact that we are similar partners and there are fewer similar partners available in the world, with so many countries moving towards authoritarianism, towards populism. And for me, a similar partner means those who do not deny climate change and that rather try to address it. Those who defend gender equality, those who defend democracy vis-a-vis xenophobia and populism, those who defend global governance based on the principles of the United Nations. All of these things which are important aspects that we all share between Germany and ICLAC, and this is why this cooperation is so important. And I can see that now Germany has a renewed interest in this region for three different reasons. One is a geopolitical, as I have said. We need to shorten the connections with the countries in the region that share our values, industrial values and democratic values. Industrial transformation with equity that impacts the society, but that also has a shared value of defending democracy. And all of the country, all of the other things that stem from there, that come from a progressive fiscal policy, an inclusive social policy. All of these topics are extremely important in order to strengthening the ties between partners. Now, Germany also has a renewed interest in the region because there is an immediate interest in fighting against climate change and fighting, for example, for the Amazon area. All of these are important topics for Germany, and there are also new economic interests. There is a new economic interest in renewing the free trade agreement between Mercosur and Europe. These are important negotiations, and I believe that ICLAC has a role to play there in designing equitable policies in free trade.
And the other theme also mentioned by Manfred is the importing of green hydrogen and also strategic raw materials such as lithium. And there is a major political interest, and I believe that it would be very important to make the most of that for future cooperation. And cooperating in these matters will have to begin with a discussion on interests for both parties. Because I think that what we need to develop with our alliance is the value in relation to hydrogen and strategic materials, so that Germany may benefit from safe imports in the long term. But of course, this can only be achieved when the traditional extractivism is overcome and resources are used for industrialization in Latin America and the Caribbean, and in a sustainable and inclusive manner. So neither hydrogen nor raw materials will automatically lead to inclusive and sustainable development. If they are developed via market forces, there are going to be economic enclaves. It has been studied in other countries of the region, and what is worthwhile is productively developing these productive chains and doing so in a way making the most of the technological development that we have in Germany and finding the private companies who are interested in investing in these things, but doing so in a way that will really add value in the region. And so, how this is to be done, that's not easy. I think this is one of the great tasks of the future, to design industrial policies of mutual interest. For me, that is a major theme. And to conclude, the countries that have successfully developed, such as China, Korea, Taiwan, invested in competitive advantages based on knowledge. They invested in industrial policies, encouraging technological transparency, human capital, R&D, and we all know that in Latin America, these are aspects still a little weak. And that has always been the agenda at ECLAC, to further, well, the neoliberal era towards a structuralist policies of the enchainment of areas and markets. And Germany has a similar view, strong in industrial policy and advanced in technological aspects. And I believe that there is a major theme. And my personal recommendation would be how to closen ties between the two parties in relation to sustainable industrial policies, inclusive ones, with a special focus on new themes related to hydrogen and ores. As others have said, I would not like to end without congratulating Manfred. I met Manfred in India before coming to Latin America, and he's always been a partner in cooperation with a lot of energy. All of his qualities have been highlighted by the other participants, and I may reaffirm this in full. I think that a post-Manfred era, let's continue with cooperation in the same spirit. And thank you very much, Manfred. I thank you, friends at ECLAC. It has been a pleasure to cooperate with you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Tillman. Since we're running very late, I'm going to play with the happy minutes and now recognize our executive secretary, the AI executive secretary, and also you, Ambassador, and then Gerardo Corrin, if you would like to intervene with just 1 minute, an intervention or a question. And then the last to speak will be Manfred. And my minute, I'm going to spend it in 1 second saying that there is a fundamental learning on both sides. At ECLAC, we must learn from the Germans how to plan, and the Germans need to learn from us flexibility. And hopefully, in the next phase, we may learn mutually and reach a middle point. So, Javier, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you, Carlos, and I thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. A question for Manfred. We know that in a particular moment you were driving forwards with relative success, but also concerns, a process at ECLAC, generation of capacity without a systemic thinking. But now we're speaking of developing capacities that are necessary for cooperation to work. I appreciate the macro view, the policies, it's fundamental, but we often forget that these aspects that are also essential, the capacities, visions, values for cooperation to work. And so the question would be, what would you recommend so that we at ECLAC, as well as governments, as well as the interaction with you, we may generate these necessary capacities so as to have a vision in the short, medium, and long term? Thank you, Javier. Well, Manfred, 2 minutes. One to answer the question and the other to say goodbye. But let's follow the order. I hope not to use all my time to leave time for Manfred and have it. I think it is very important that between Europe and ECLAC, not only Germany, but Europe, what we need is to face these tasks that we have in front of us when we look at the direction in the north of America with the elections here and this greater risk that changes the world in a dramatic way. And the countries of Europe and Latin America have the values that we must defend: democracy, human rights, and respect for order, the rule of law. These are things that unite us. And this unity will also lead to projects. It is very clear Germany and Europe will not leave Latin America when there is such a risk of greater stability in the American continent. Thank you. Gerardo, 1 minute. Yes, I would just like to recognize the support by the ambassador and Karina, and also the support by ECLAC's leadership, because without the support of our authorities, as our friends in the EU says, none of this would have been possible. And so now also what we need is leadership to make the most of this consolidated alliance that we have now. Thank you. Karina? Yes, thank you very much. Very briefly, I believe this session has been an example of how cooperation has been and how it has evolved, because we had the presence of ECLAC, the sectors, the technical divisions. Gerardo, thank you very much for all your support, and the AI executive secretary, members of the think tanks with whom we compare the GDZ team, and the German government, because this is something that is very important and is also guidance that we have developed in recent years. and this dog that Manfred mentioned. And so thank you very much, Ambassador. And I took note when you were writing down the name Rettingham. I think that this tie with German policies is very important, and I believe that you're outlining the road that we must follow. Manfred, go ahead. To the question by the AI Executive Secretary, complex is not complicated. They're two different things. An analysis is not intervention. And so if we do accept the need to analyze complex situations, but we should not complicate our lives. And it's with bureaucracy, where each one has their silo, the danger is that you approach systemic complex and you begin multiplying silos, which means complicating people, and that is the aircraft leaving ECLAC. You don't have the human resources to stop that. So I think that the challenge is how to ensure that as individuals, we have the capacity to understand complexity and go alone on a trip to a company, and we don't need a football team to do it. And this challenge can be helped with methodologies, concepts, and so on. But also you need bosses, in the sense that bosses or chiefs must give their employees the time to do their work, and that time must be respected. I, in several parts of the world, have tried to do this with modeling software, and it's never worked because organizations work in such a way that if the boss calls, you drop everything and that's it. So they don't have the time to dedicate the time to produce quality. And that means more quality, less quantity. And that is a tremendous challenge if each time the ambitions are larger and larger. And so this is a strategic aim that you need to make employees' life easier and still keeping your ambition great. Well, thank you very much, Manfred. I believe that the last step is, in addition to welcoming Barbara, who has a very high bar to meet, also we need a big round of applause for Manfred and entire German corporation, but through Manfred. And you can continue asking questions because we now have a cocktail on the 4th floor to see the view if the clouds allow it, and enjoy a little more with Manfred. So you're all invited to the 4th floor.